Hey everybody, what's up? Six Gun, Full Piggy, Sir Anderson, Dark Star, Serp, Game Saucer. How y'all doing? Awesome! I didn't realize that Earthbound was already out for the 3DS. This is the Super Nintendo games that are for the new 3DS only. Probably have to pick some up. Good to have for that, I'd say. Let's see. Chatty's been crapping itself today. Hold on one sec, guys. There we go. Alright, Pillars of Eternity. It's been a couple weeks. Remember what we're up to. No pranks yet. Have you guys been doing today's April Fool's event on Reddit? I think I like it a little bit better than the button experiment. And it's called Robin. It's pretty cool. Alright. Oh, right. We were in the middle of getting our ass kicked by this ghost lady. We were trying to think of a way to take her out effectively.
All right, then.
It depends. There can be some really cool and funny pranks. XKCD usually does something cool for April Fools. I don't think they did anything today, though. Put that there. I'll do my, turned up to 11 Call of Duty multiplayer stream next year. I have some more time to prepare for it. That's just how you get out of having a fighter, I guess. I'm trying to see if there's anything I can do.
What?
Could try pausing. One of these is like a trap, isn't it? Enemies only. What's up, Kami? Something wrong? Trying to find a trap that I can place to kill her once it starts. Shocked him. I might want to use this one. I place it and then talk to her immediately. It would work.
Lavaru beyond seek.
Attack. Let's go. Alright. Have cast all of our other cool stuff here. Beacon. Micro everybody here. You can do an attack. What does she got? Relive the psychic trauma and injury moments after receiving experiences of damage all over again. 5 additional targets. Don't care as much about that. Could try this one and it'll probably do damage to the trap that I was just setting up. Shock damage, so it's hit by it. We're not going to worry about that one now. Does she have any special moves? She can do wounding shot. I think her Fox can come in for a hit here too. Nothing she can do out of the gate, right? Something with Dread. Right. Yeah, I may as well. Don't really need the endurance. And he can go in for a knockdown as well. See what happens when not a lot, actually, unfortunately.
Flesh is still.
Stun is just brutal. I think we're already losing this fight. Let's try again. Yeah, post feature is really nice. Alright, well, it wasn't good enough. Let's see. I guess I could try the shock seal.
Fine.
Let me try to position everybody in a way that's not stupid. Like, I want them to be close enough to Durance for him to be able to heal everyone. But I guess that
Ready, Watcher.
these guys can be further back.
Yes?
These three. bells.
Hmm?
Tinkling bells.
Hey.
Put him here, I think, should be fine. We'll do another quick save. Yeah, I'm a pretty big fan of the post feature. What I'll start doing anytime I post to the Google group, so like update subblock, I'll put a link to the post on the page there. So you don't, if you want to turn off your email alerts for the Google group and just want to rely on checking that section, that's where you can look for updates. I'll put stuff there. All right. Pause. Try this again. I don't think anybody else has a trap. Pretty much just turns.
Hmm? Quit.
Hopefully that'll trigger on her right away. Wailing Banshee. Try this again. So the Essential Phantom really wasn't all that awesome. Suppose removes. All about that. Doesn't hit allies. Debuff would be pretty nice here, I think. But should he do something? Okay. Try placing that same trap again. Well, I think if we don't wait for it to trigger, then it doesn't work. Burn damage over time. Sounds good. Go ahead and try this again too. And then send Fox in.
Fiery whore of a god!
Some unity. God, Durant, stop sucking. Yeah, what's that, sir? Alright, she's going down. Try to stop that party-wide stun. Really nasty. I think she's the one that casts it, Lilith. Phew. Lucky that triggered as quickly as it did. Alright, Lilith is down. We should be able to take the rest of them out without as much trouble, I hope. See if I can cast AoE ability on these guys here. I think that debuff ended up being really strong. Oh, the figurine is good? Could try that for next fight, I suppose. You're just gonna keep casting heal spells over here, buddy. Everybody wants a piece of that Durance, apparently. He's gonna go down before I can get it off, isn't he? Try doing this too for restore.
Yeah?
Oh, there goes Durance. That's okay. We still have a bunch of living characters. That's definitely one of the trickiest fights we've had to deal with so far. I think, like, going full in and focusing down Lilith at the beginning was the way to go. It's a bummer, 6-gun. It snowed this morning. I was really excited to see some snow. It's the kind of area where overnight it'll get cold enough that it will snow all night. And then in the morning it'll go away. What's making that happen? Is that like the... Oh, I guess that was the Essential Phantom.
Indeed.
Still running or something. Now, let's go ahead and loot everything in here. It was a nice, really tricky fight. Alright, so this thing gives +3 perception. What does she have right now on the perception bracket? Like, I kind of want to get her the perception. I want to see if I find somebody else who's sitting on something that gives intellect. Image multiplier. Intellect +1. Yeah, I gotta find something that's intellect +2 to make it worth it, I think. I guess in the meantime I can give this to somebody else who doesn't have magical cape yet. So pretty much Aloth. Okay. Ghosts suck because they like ignore collision and get
I'll
up
get it
behind you,
open.
it sounds like.
Finished.
Oh yeah, I forgot about this. Survivor exception. Tell me what those do. Okay, +2 survival is pretty good. Additional damage reduction. It's light armor. So I could see the argument here. It's 15%. It's 20%. Ooh. What is overseeing? Oh, you know, that's kind of cool. Bigger area of effect. Do I want the... I don't think I want to replace that. Breakout, preservation, and fine. Eh. It's done getting out of stuff. Ah, okay, so maybe part of my advantage there was debuffing her at the start. That was pretty tricky.
Gather your party before.
Yeah, so like that sort of boss fight where I need to use, I need to really bunker down in micro, I think that's a lot of fun. What it ends up being at the end of the day is that I don't want to have to do that for every fight. It's kind of the difficulty that I want to calibrate to. Avion, how you doing? Happy Friday to everybody. I'm pretty excited. I had a really productive day today of unpacking. We're still kind of in the situation where there's boxes that are blocking our progress to the apartment. And I finally got all the boxes out of the kitchen and made it fairly easy for us to get into the master bathroom without having to think skinny thoughts and squeeze through a bunch of tall wardrobe boxes. All right. So we're going to go talk to... Is she right here?
How do you do?
There's a spirit upstairs, but I got rid of it. It really was haunted. Stop by sometime. I've got big plans for this place. Cool. XP. Minor positive for killing a ghost. That's too bad. Yeah, the whole reason we were doing this was to get our... We have to get our reputation higher so that we can do a side quest for Ader before we progress the main story. I don't want to spend too much time on it. I mean, I like Ader and I'd like to see more of his story, but I also don't want to spend like 3 hours just doing things to qualify for his side quests, so we'll see. Hey, everybody move back in. Yeah, I figured that's what you were getting at with your Hey Listen earlier, Kami. So what? How do you avoid it?
How may I help?
Yeah, I saw that it removes some of the items from me. Walk away, go back down and talk to her. Sure. Builders. Curious if there's gonna be a new quest in here. Maybe not. Just flavor. Folks here. Gotcha. Mm-hmm. I see. Yeah, the cloak is very strong. Perception +3 and stealth bonus. I'll give it to my main character once I can find another source of +2 intellect.
You must gather your party before venturing.
Because right now I have +2 intellect on the amulet in the same slot, and I don't have anything that competes with that. Oh, does it apply stealth in an AoE too? Did I miss that part? That is pretty strong. Okay, so we had other stuff to do. Did we say that there's somewhere I can go to look at my current reputation everywhere? Is that a doable thing? Oh, so, see, oh, it's like the character. Defiance Bay. Ally. Faintly good. We need to be better than faintly good. Yukapo. Telling you, next year. I want to do it right when we do it. And there's
I've got it.
potentially important PC.
Finished.
Pearl in an open.
Well met, friend.
Right, we're looking for this guy's chest.
You can trust me.
There's supposed to be tons and tons of quests.
Place gets my blood beating in all the right places.
What is
So
that
many
supposed to be?
spirits, yet so few awakened.
Those are
Good day, stranger.
Kickstarter characters. I would be interested in making some coppers. Is anyone carrying a large chest? Points to the east. Okay. Tell me more about the missing cargo. What exactly happened? Reach Ada's rest. We may have agreed to take on a few crates from someplace called Cleaban Relog. Okay, thanks. Lord's Eternity. Screaming started. I'm not sure if our... Hey, thanks for the host, Anderson. Appreciate it. You had to keep those monsters from getting out. That's reasonable. It's a deckhand, but I was the only one left. I piloted the ship as best I could, but I hit rocks as passing bracket. I don't have enough survival. Yeah, well, why aren't you looking forward to yourself? Crucible Knights would not be a fan of smug red color. Interesting. About that relic. Do you have an idea what it's responsible? Oh yeah, Immortal doesn't sound like a deer wooden name. Some Middle Plains, a broad savanna north of Deerwood. So they're named after like Incans is what that name looks like. Oh, it's Business. Alright, so we could go to Andra's Gift, although I don't know if that's actually going to be beneficial
Hello.
for us. Show me your items. Whoa, this dude's got hella items. Touch of Rot. Oh, that's a spell. Okay. That's pretty good. Plus one Constitution, Might, and Resolve. Second chance. Oh, that's interesting. Bone reduction, dexterity, resolve, increased constant recovery. Oh, fighter. Oh, okay, sure. Bonus to Soul Whip. Bunch of scrolls that I will probably never ever use. Okay. In mind that that place exists. Yeah, I'm looking forward to get back in the main swing of things next week. Bring back Mario Maker, do some more sub-block. Probably have 4 hours of sub-block for a while.
I've got it. Finished.
Y'all want to double check if you're a subscriber on Patreon, double check the sub-block spreadsheet, make sure that you've updated it with your schedule preferences. It's been a long time since you've been drawn, or you're a new subscriber, like a chance you're cool. So think about what game you'd like to see. doing good on cats. Shh. Right. The NPCs that I already talked to and forgot about because it's been 3 weeks.
Hello.
Where did the extra delivery count? What's the delivery? Bitter squash seed. Surprised for their medicinal properties. Yeah, it seems simple enough, honestly. It would have been better if I actually did it though, Vihan. I was tempted to not even mark that I was playing Builders of Eternity, but Loosen Fox and Copper. I can do that. Let's do that first. Watch our Defiance Bay reputation like a hawk. So my thought is if we make it to 2:30 Pacific, so another hour and 10 minutes, and we still don't have enough reputation for Ader, I'm just gonna move on and do the main story quest.
Eat him up. Leave the pig alone.
Dude, the pig is the best. Best possible pet. Especially when Ader was like, "Oh, it's a pig!"
You must gather your party
Look at the
before
little
venturing
pig.
forth.
Alright, we're gonna go to Copper Lane, then we'll probably go to Andra's Gift and score the quest that's over there. Yeah, right? No, I want to go super crazy with it. Get a shell necklace and
Eat 'em up.
sunglasses,
Leave the pig alone.
backwards baseball cap. Get a green screen. Replace all of my sound effects, follow notifications and stuff. Install some disco lights. That could work if you know where they are, sure. If you know side quests that give a significant amount. I get the feeling that I'm pretty close, that I need like one more tier of reputation. I need to go from ally to whatever the next one is. Alright, we were looking for Gareth. What's up, dude? Oh, has a delivery for you. Dominus. Did I just do something illegal? No? Tell me what was in that pouch. Interrupt pregnancies. Oh. Interesting. They cause miscarriages. Thing up here are you? They're old Brackenbury stock these days. They're known for business activities. Extortion, theft, and murder. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah, Yukupo. Actually, why don't we... I'll make sure I pull chat. We'll put together... We'll spend, like, the month of March 2017 deciding everything that we need to have in order to pull off the April Fool's stream. I think it'll be really fun. Come. Just someone making it. Rosano put you up to this, didn't he? Wolf Fool's a sinking ship and determined to drag anyone get close enough down with. Tell me about people. Why would I want to do that? He's you doing his dirty work. Better make up your mind quickly, because we're going to pay him his dues one or the other. Make sure you stay out of our way. Right, Vihan? I mean, I do fully intend to do a like Call of Duty for single player like, campaign playthrough as part of beating every awesome game because it's really good. It's a cool story. It's really important to the way that they do story and first person shooter campaigns since that game came out. Almost
Ichima,
laughably.
leave the pig alone.
Good. Down here.
You must gather your
But
party
the April
before
Fool's stream
venturing
would be
forth.
multiplayer, 360 no scope. Slapper's Club only. Okay, we're gonna go try to talk to Numbnuts again and make a decision. Probably need to get used to tapping the quick save button again. Hireling Payday. Oh, yeah, I should probably watch this. Something currently building. I don't. Wasting time. Precious time. We're going to keep doing security until it's more or less capped out. Start working on prestige. It'll come right back. Patreon should be billing last night. There's a couple declines that went through, and as I understand it, they attempt to reprocess Patreon the next day. So I'll hold out on that. I think that I might actually be able to catch up on my thank you emails from Patreon now that we're done moving. What do we got over here? Good morning, Proud Gable. How you doing? Where was that dude? Serp, you said that there's a side quest in the Ducal Palace that is pretty good as far as the amount of rep that it awards. Swing over in that direction soonish. Where was Asshole? Where you at?
Hail and well met.
Wasn't this guy? Or this guy?
Welcome.
So much. Right, Dion. I'm a real monster. Oh right, my reputation sucks because I ignored a supplicant. Apparently I can do all of that via the stronghold menu. I don't have to go back to my stronghold to do investigate. Who's a tough fight? Okay. This might be where that chest is that I'm looking for. Cap pepper check. Let me review quests. Billion Trading Company. Okay. He wasn't actually very far from where I was. Talk to Cyril. Is she like upstairs?
Good day, stranger.
You need help. Remember? There's a ring in my hand. Ah, prestigious gentleman membership ring. My character is no man. Yeah, I'll take care of these couple quests. I'll double check and look at my reputation and see what our progress is. Alright, where's Sir? Still wonder if there's a chest in here. Mentioned going. Jason. Guest book. Oh, okay. So there's a bunch of. I wonder if what number of these are Kickstarter backers, and whether there's like anything interesting about having. Under guilt plate of floor, incapable of smiting any foe dead a single blow. Broken in the Battle of Tower Watch. Show me your stock. Oh wow, dude is bullshit. An ally attacking the same target. Also two-handed. Crate's Remorse. Also. Hunting bow. Damage. Accuracy. Wow, this guy just sells a ton of cool shit, doesn't he? No. I really want that though. See if any of it gives +2 intellect. It's not in the next slot. Doesn't look like it. Alright, we'll keep the fact that there's a cool merchant in here in mind. Hub for refined and prestigious gem. Okay. Back Ordo. Oh, there's Cyril's room. None of this really matters. Excuse me. Yeah, I have that, not with these headphones. These are just kind of crappy headphones that I have set up so that Andrea can listen into, but my Logitech one has like a surround sound simulator, and if I turn it on, the ambient noise freaks me out. I'm actually going to turn it up a little bit. The game is fairly quiet. I want to meet Cyril, talk to Maya. I want to talk to all these people. Presume that Maya's downstairs.
You must gather your party.
The way our new apartment is set up, it used to be that I could see Andrea come home in my peripheral vision. Not anymore. So I think I had the BRB turned on yesterday when she got home, but she spooked the shit out of me because I noticed that Ben like suddenly got all alert and searching. I was like, oh man, what's he so alert about? Andrea just walks in and I jumped halfway out of my chair. It happened again today. I was putting away boxes in the kitchen, and Andrea has a Chromebook, right? And it's pretty convenient, but she can't use it for everything she needs for work. So when she needs something that she can't access on a Chromebook, she just remotes into her laptop that we keep in the living room. So I'm there putting away stuff in boxes, and all of a sudden I hear this Japanese guy speaking in a very thick accent coming from the living room.
Hello.
Jumped out of my box that I was working on. It's because she was remoting into the computer to an audio call. Here to talk to Cyril. Sought after girl in the district. And fight off home intruders. To pay for it? What kind of trouble are you having? Maybe I do have to pay. Tell me how I can help. Alright. Got a question. What do you know about the attacks? Thugs are just waiting to cause trouble for anyone coming or going. More about your business. Alright, I'll do this Cyril thing because we have to pay for it. I'm just there to make sure everyone has a good time. I am glad. My name is Marsted and I'm here to say, gonna play some games and an awesome. Got the meter down. What's up? Oh yeah, keeping an eye on me?
How do you do?
Powder almost hides a circle under her eyes, and rouge just her two prominent cheekbones. Not at all, Cyril is beautiful. She favors you with a smile. She must have practiced it perfect. It is rather warm in here. You're on a quest. Friend Bristwin sent. He needs that medallion. I offered him half the money. Let's go with the resolve option. Yeah, it's kind of liberating to not believe at all in like ghosts and poltergeists and shit, because there is the home invasion fear, which is a little bit more frightening. You have resolve 18. Can't argue with that. I think I already have. Go. Yeah, I kind of agree with her. Like, if she gets out of working in a brothel. No. I'm good, Shepard. Go find where Thirstwin is. Thirstwin. Where is it? Brackenbury. No? Okay. Rosano's over by the Alien Trading Company. Some thugs outside, so let's quick save real quick. Not doing so great at remembering to do that. Where are the thugs at? Yeah. Here are the thugs. Let's talk this through. So much for that. We don't want to cast some just yet. Good. Need to. Yeah, that's pretty good. Fortunately, they're using it. Easy, huh? Alright. Wait, really? Oh. I was like, I guess the dude was charmed or something and just came out of it. Klaatu, Barada. Oh, what's this? Huh. Is there a locked door out here somewhere? Interesting.
Of course.
Alright, well, let's go talk to her again. Maybe the ones who stole the chests, all the quests are connected. Let's see.
Gods keep you.
Oh, I thought we were done. Maybe not. Went to a house. Oh, evidence of larger plot. Okay, so we're not done yet. Got it. I saw a really good Edgar Allan Poe on Reddit. I'm trying to remember what it was. Really good, and I had never heard it before. Okay. Let's see. Probably marked on the map, right? Doesn't mark where the... Okay, there's the Villian Trading Company. We gotta go back there in a second anyway. Check all the houses. Game loads fast enough. What's up, Ada? Alright, found Darren. He was murdered. Finding one of the prostitutes. He crossed two dangerous men near the brothel. Stole a dagger. Moderate positive. Just got some shit. Fine dagger. Minor ring of protection. Yeah. Take it. How are we doing on... Still an ally. A little bit better. Took care of the dead kid problem. Still have to find the missing chest. Talk to Verano. And the Andres gift quest just sends you all over the place. First.
Hello.
Out here somewhere. The inside the building. Oh, right, he's inside. Because I talked to the lady at the desk, but for whatever reason, I never talked to last time we came here. He's like, places. D?
Hello.
You told me the Demonals were after you. You see us both a lot of trouble. Verla Vita? What does that mean?
Well, well.
Hey!
Is this your last day among the living, Verzano?
I met her earlier. Get her to join our party.
As if any of this were ever in my hands.
It's
The
diplomatic to
Republics
not
considered
interrupt.
your business worth protecting based on its success. That success depended on cooperation with the locals, like House Dominel. You've lost that. And the favor of the Dukes. Even if you get out of this alive, they're done with you. The Dukes have more pressing interest in Defiance Bay than rescuing one merchant who threw
You sure can.
himself
It's super
over.
convenient. It's like a wall, a Facebook wall. I will probably be using that to let everybody know a link to like a Google Groups post, so it's easier for y'all to see the forum posts whether you're subscribing on Patreon or not. I post there very frequently with information about things like subblock and schedule changes and general updates.
Vezzano, Vezzano. Why are you wasting your precious breath on me? My orders come through the ambassador, and through the ambassador from people you should be honored ever gave a moment's thought to whether you live or die.
I like her voice actress.
You don't seem like the sort to petition the gods to keep him out of hell. So why not cry mercy to the one person in this room with the power to grant it?
Hmm.
Vezzano, you have a saint looking out for you after all.
Feathered hand.
Just don't come knocking on the embassy door. Do as you will. He's no longer my concern.
Hope that doesn't mean that I've screwed myself out of getting her to join my party. Never make the same mistake twice. You're also a paladin. Sure. Friggin' Dalian soldier getting in the way of my
sharp as steel.
spell here. He's gonna get tripped and then he's in an aggro, isn't he? Shit, he aggroed me. That's such a super bummer. Alright, well, let's load real quick. Can anyone say if I'm screwed out of getting her to join my party if I don't side with the Dominels here?
Of course.
Kinda don't want to side with the criminals, but I guess he's a criminal too. But I also don't want to just murder him.
How do you
Seems
do?
rude. You still were able to get her in your party.
Well, as if any of this were ever. Even if that you don't.
Okay. Try it again. Round 2. Cool feathered cap. We're just not going to cast any AoE spells. Can't imagine they're that difficult. Yeah.
Look.
Just go down.
Parathis!
Alright, we actually want to defend him too, but we could die in the combat here if we're not careful. Oh, you can't miss party members unless you already refuse them. That's very helpful information. Thank you, sir. Forgiveness. No Defiance Bay. Oh shit. Here, what's forgiveness? It's a two-handed pistol. Speed damaging 1. Probably want to throw this on somebody. Seems good. That's a good reason not to kill people, is how rude it is.
Hey. Hey.
Why can't I loot them? Sweet.
All right then.
I don't think that affected my reputation at all. We turned that one in. What else do we have? We told the lady about her dead kid. Gotta find a house in Under's Gift. Brackenbury. Do that. Hey. Music right around the corner, isn't she? What's up?
Ah. Vetsano plays with fire and someone else always pays the price for it. Your charity is more than he deserves. Still, at least I don't have to deal with him anymore. For that, I'm grateful.
Yeah, that's awesome,
Whether you
Yukipo.
intended to or not, you've done the Valian Republic.
You get to play around with it this weekend?
Ridding us of him. I work closely with the embassy to protect our interests, but lately I think our gaze has been too narrow. You clearly have pursuits of your own in the city, but I think we could help each other out. If you're interested in doing some work for us. Officially. Good. Maybe I
Alright.
can finally do something more worthwhile than playing nanny to merchants.
To watch her with 8 friends, achievement unlocked.
I will wait in the place of your
I'm gonna take her. I really need to have another melee character. Next time we go back into... Can I, like, access their gear easily without having them in my party? Do I have to get them in my party, take all their stuff out, and then swap them? Tense Flames. What is Flames of Devotion? Hold on. Let me see what it actually is first.
I'm ready.
Flames of Devotion. 2 per encounter. Calls when the paladins enter fire, causing their quick weapon to burst into flame, adding burn damage to their next attacks. Cool. Alright, so we pretty much have to go back to the stronghold. That's not the end of the world. 25% damage is burn. 2 per encounter. Well, I guess I could have seen it there, huh? Defensive bonuses to faith and conviction. An existing passive, I guess. Let's start with the passive. Oh, you can do it at any inn, I see. Yeah, those are really cool, Yukupo. I have those on mine too. Leon hands is pretty cool. 2 per encounter. That's pretty nice. It's been counter healing. Increasing their accuracy and converting portions to hits. Spells charge. Friendly aura. Additional accuracy. Friendly aura plus move speed. Defensive disengagement. Damn, man, these are pretty strong. I think I might want this. The Zealous Endurance aura. We'll take Lay on Hands next time. Chance. Tense Flames. Allied AoE 20% attack speed. Pretty good. I'm a big fan of auras. Very Fire and Forget. Inspiring Triumph. Speed passive. When Paladin downs an enemy, so that's only when the Paladin does the downing. I don't know if I want to. That seems a little too situational. Liberating Exhortation. Commands an ally to summon all their strength in order to temporarily ignore existing hostile effect. It's an encounter. Man, lots of encounter power. I should have played as a Paladin. That's what I want. Sworn Enemy. A marked enemy is the focus of the Paladin's Righteous Fury, granting accuracy and damage bonuses against the target until combat ends, so the target goes down. Marked, I'm not super excited about. Seems silly to take Zealous Focus and charge since I can't stack their auras. And I'll take Lay on Hands. I'm gonna get 7. Right? And point of stealth. Greater Lay on Hands. Oh, cool. Want that all day. Need anything else? It's kind of silly to points in survival. Stealth fire. Seems like that's almost always worth investing in. Whoa, just bullshit. Coordinated attacks. Plus 10 accuracy granted to an ally attacking the same target. Okay, it's nice and Fire and Forget. Commands an unconscious ally to get back up, giving a larger temporary spike to endurance. Ooh, I don't have a res right now. Hopefully that's the best thing. Remove buffs. That could be good, but I don't know if my playstyle of minimal micro is really going to work with that. Stealth. Take the Intense Flames. Or, well, there was one of these that I really like, Superior Deflection, right? Take the additional ones. Main character build up too. We got keep points of mechanics. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Okay, we've seen this before. The sound of his voice, the killer's froze stiff. AoE paralysis. I've never watched JoJo. I know Flarewing My RL friends. Big fan. Okay, I like the summons, but I already have a problem with being able to reach enemies. The paralysis is probably the one we want. Did we already take superior deflection? We did. There aren't any class options here. Hey, Moose Friend, thanks for the host. Your Twitch alerts hasn't been alerting you. Actually, I was gone for the last couple weeks. I was moving to New Mexico, so we just finished that. Back up again. So, 20% of hits converted to crits against charges low endurance. I think I want more defensive stuff. Additional enemies engaged. Additional status effects. No, man, I'm all about that. I just have that turned on all the time. I guess we could do weapon and shield as well. Guess that means I'm accepting that I'm always going to be a shield user, but I'll take it. It seems fine. I'm not as excited about any of the utility talents. Just a teensy bit of a hazard. Alright, we're still not high enough with Defiance Bay, unfortunately. Information.
I understand.
What else do we want? I'm going to set her AI script, right? Defensive. Keep that turned on. We didn't do cautious attack, so we don't have another aura turn on. Okay, cool. So we got a new party member and we have more quests to do. So we were going to go to Thristwin. We were going to go to Ambassador Agosti in the First Fires. And there's still an empty house that we should be able to enter. It might have actually been this one. They said that the chest I was looking for was off to the east, but I didn't see anything over there. We've been in here before by picking the lock, but now the NPCs are here. Hear about the trouble at the Salty Past. People around here know you're an honest broker. Intimidate. You're hurting our employers. Please. Aw, alright. Endurance leveled up. Didn't get any reputation, but maybe we will when we go back and talk to her. Oh, thanks for following, Burial. Yeah, no problem at all. Sanderson's a good dude.
So those feathers. That's
The game looked pretty cool. I'd never
So
never
they
played it
say.
before.
That's lucky.
Played, despite how much I like Diablo, I've played very few Diablo-like games.
I guess you can always trust
Still need to play some Path of Exile.
there first.
Oh. Fight some thugs. Yeah, you just have one line. I can probably count on two hands a number of times that I've had a discussion with someone who just completely polar opposite disagreed with me, and then I just convinced them to change their mind with a couple sentences. It almost never happens. I think that when the art of convincing is planting seeds that take weeks and months to sprout. Very rare that you have the movie-like, game-like one conversation that turns somebody around. Grim Dawn, awesome. Yeah, I mean, my goal with Twitch is to beat every awesome game on the channel. So Grim Dawn, is it single player? Is there any online multiplayer component? And does it have a campaign that you can beat traditionally? Because if so, then I would say it's definitely a candidate for us to play it on stream. Alright, we're going to talk to Maya.
Hail and well met.
She's agreed to leave you alone. Minor positive. Yeah, I get special discount. Not really patronizing brothel. Moderately good, alright. Hopefully that's enough. Yeah. I find that the seed planting method where you ask questions and you ask questions in a way that's not like passive aggressive or mean to the other person, but just get the person to examine their beliefs. I think that's really the way to go. Hey Acrolith, how you doing? Good seeing you again. It was Sir Anderson. I'll throw a shout out here real quick. Came in here during Dark Souls, I believe. Experience, green sand boots, minor item. Yeah, I may as well send somebody out on it. I don't think they can fail it. You just have to take somebody out. Go back to the Brackenbury Inn, and then we'll do first fires. No notification about going online. Did anyone get an online notification for me today? There have been issues with Twitch notifications. I noticed the Twitch support Twitter is talking about them all the time. But I think there's also a mode where they'll eventually just unsubscribe you from channels, like turn off the alerts from you after a while. So you might want to check. It's the Charred Barrel. There we go. I'm going to check your Twitch settings. Yeah, Baldur's Gate 2 is the game that I've played that this is most reminiscent of. I never played like Planescape or the other Baldur's Gate games. I played Fallout 1, but only on Twitch, only for a couple hours, care of Yahan. Yeah, Moosefred, I got an email 3 months ago that said something like, hey, we noticed that you never click on these emails that say that people are live. Do you want us to just unsubscribe you from all of them? And then it unsubscribed me. What's up, Crystal?
Hail, traveler.
Won't help you, cheater. Let's save. I just want to see if this hurts
Gods
my...
keep you.
Yeah, I have the same problem, Dario. I follow every streamer that I host. I have Google Inbox, which I greatly prefer to... Let's see, is that... I think that'll be a good thing. Oh, cool. Dexterity. Google Inbox makes, I greatly prefer it to Gmail. But basically it converts your inbox into a, like a task list, and it bundles everything really conveniently. Because that's generally how I treat email, as a task list anyway, so once you mark something as done, it disappears. You can go into your archive to pull it back up. I should probably do the Ader quest. Where was... It was a task, right? No, it's not. Records archive. Is it in First Fires? I think it might be. Not here. Yeah, no worries. Baldur's Gate EE? I haven't heard of it. Whoa, whoa, is this BioWare? Like who's working on this? Is it in the Ducal Palace? It was, right? Favorite April Fool's prank. I think that the Reddit Robin is kind of cool. Interested to see if they get any data out of it. Really interested to see if they end up making like if anyone. Basically, the way it works is you join Reddit Robin, it puts you in a chat room with one other person, and then the two of you can vote one of three things. You can either say abandon, stay, or grow. If you pick abandon, it just starts over, and then you would, if you wanted to join it again, you'd start from scratch. If you pick stay, it makes a subreddit that's based on the names of the people that are in the chat and makes all the members of the chat moderators. If you pick grow, after the time limit expires, if the majority of people pick grow, it merges your chat room with another chat room of the same size and then doubles the time limit to do the same thing again. So your chat room can get arbitrarily big as you keep merging with other groups. And I guess the theory is if you had a really big room that was cool and everybody liked each other, you could all pick stay and make a subreddit where a lot of you can share links with each other. I'm guessing that 99% of the time they're not going to get big enough to make a subreddit or care about it. Enhanced edition. That's pretty sweet. Thanks for the heads up, Acrotham. I need to pick that up. BioWare have anything to do with it? Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, somebody bought the rights.
Well met, friend.
Defiance Bay, +2. There we go. Policies for the general public. Something remain for those who've already proven them. Inventories of the dead are in the back.
Odin Talesh died 18 Majavernho 2808. Third battle of Cleaban Relog. Days in Glon father names, I swear.
Thanks, Zader.
Rayet Saris? I'll be the effigy. He fought for Rayet Saris. Why did he fight for Rayet Saris?
Sure, he had a good reason.
We gotta go there. That battlefield. Clear. The one I said. I don't know how else I'm gonna make sense of all this. I gotta see what he saw. And who knows, maybe his spirit will even be there and you can have one of your weird talks with him. Worth trying, right?
I'm never going to kick Ader out of my party. He's the best.
I appreciate that. I wish I could say you won't regret it, but you certainly might.
Okay, so I think I want to do that before I want to progress the main plot here. Got some people to level up. Let me do that real quick. More points in stealth, I guess. Bonus knockdown. Or... did we already take the sword and board? I think we did. I might want the enemies engaged. Right. Kana finished the quest. It's good. Interdiction. Condemns increased foes dazing. Inspire flame +10 accuracy with a sword and arquebus. No, we don't want that. Bonus spells. Additional uses. Did we already take? Attack speed applies to spells too, right? I don't want to reduce spellcasting speed for my healer. That seems like a generally bad idea. You have an anchor. That's cool. Hmm. Okay, I want any of. Is there anything else exciting here? Flex, mental. Might want to start giving him resistance to this stuff. Stunned would be a good one. Okay. And Sagani leveled up 2. Big point. Stealth. Accurate wounding shot. That's cool. Brutal takedown. What is crush damage? It's just a damage type? Oh, okay. I think I might want this one because the fox keeps dying every battle. That's versus all damage types. It's pretty good. I think I'm going to take that. Yeah. The weapon focused lack of ability to switch when I find new stuff. I don't like getting locked in, although you can always respec, but yeah, I would almost always take class talents too. I would agree, Leon. Depending on what they are. I think I tapped them out for my chanter.
You work for the Dukes of the Valian Republics, huh?
Ah, for as long as they will allow.
Must be nice always knowing who you're supposed to serve.
Well, there are 5 of them, but even so, knowing who is easier than knowing how.
Alright, let's see. Cleabin relog. No, Acrolith, this game picks up significantly once you have a full
This is the
party.
place. My big brother's last battle. I wish I could tell you what we're looking for.
But it's pretty weak up until then.
Anything from that battle, I
just
guess.
because you don't have all of the abilities that you
15
expect.
years of reign
I'd even
everywhere.
recommend playing it on an easy difficulty until you
See
get
my
your full
brother's
party.
Ghost, you give me a holler, all right?
Search the battlefield for signs
Not
of the
much
Saints'
here.
War. So basically just walk around. I've already been here, so I shouldn't need to stealth.
Too recent. Hey, something metal in the ground. I think I see... No.
Over by that boat? Don't see the boat. Maybe it's over to the right.
Those face painters can't. These ruins are claimed, friend. On your way.
No need to get riled, boys. We're just passing by.
Look at his talisman, Pag. Eothasian.
How about that? A godless sack of shit. We got a blazing corpse.
Yeah,
worshiper
hits
on
the
our
you
hands.
must gather your party before venturing forth message when you leave.
Actually, they never found
It's
the
definitely
body.
like the modern take on Baldur's Gate.
Only reason for the legacy is because the Duke doesn't got the guts to see you all slaughtered. The gods want you dead. Me and Pag, though, we done our part during the purges, didn't we, Pag?
Yeah. Yeah, I can imagine that being pretty tough, Acrolith.
Seamstresses?
Make your cracks now. Got no god or homeland to avenge you. By Mogren, this'll be short work.
I'm not Mogren, but I can get Durance to speak up. Surely the gods want peace between us.
And what part of a war goddess wishes peace? No, friend. Only through the blood of our enemies is our goddess quenched.
That's a
Doesn't
cool
matter
line.
who it was for anyway. Country's better for the purges. Maybe we start a new purge right here.
Was I far enough away to not trigger combat with them? That's funny.
Yes? Aztec, where that?
You're not getting...
Rock him down.
They were right. That was short work.
Love you, Ader. You're the best. So there's still some stuff we wanted to investigate here. Get some camping supplies. Red Saren standard piece? Oh, that's what he was looking for. Objects of steel, semicircular frame about the size of your fist. It even points around the semicircle. Jagged points jet out like tongues of flame. Rays of a rising sun. The sun center is the carved silhouette of a warless man.
I've seen these before. They top the standards of Raid Ceres. Or did when Weidman was alive. Well, it's something. Just not sure what it gets me.
People would touch this. Standard bearer is a position of honor in most places, but the Raid Sirens actually took fighting for.
Of course.
Alright, Cypher. Let's see. Where were the ciphers in Defiance Bay? I don't remember. They weren't in the sanitarium, were they? Yeah, I switched her out. She was alright, but I liked her story as we were progressing it. I really needed to have another melee character. It took this long to finally get somebody. Figured I wanted to have at least two. Where was Dunwood Row? Brackenbury. Okay, thank you. That's what I needed to know. Need to have at least two melee characters. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a chanter, so I can melee a little bit, but I'm not as strong as if I were a fighter and focused on defense. If I were to re-roll my character, I'd probably roll as the paladin, seeing some other abilities. Yeah. Takes a while for you to get a second one.
Hail and well met.
Geez,
Yeah?
I remember Dunwood Row, but I don't remember where it is. It's in a
You must get.
house somewhere, right? There's that like Madam Web lady that we're not allowed to kill. You know, 2 tanks beyond the monk. Yeah. Seems useful. I don't know if I actually explored the Raymond Manor very much. Yeah, PoE, Path of Exile. I wonder how many developers have to keep that in mind, like how well known a abbreviation is. When deciding what to title their game. I'll go back downstairs. There we go. There's a little pop-up that says, "Do you want to kill me?" Trails in the sky. Nice. Yeah, there's a couple that get that effect. Super Time Force Ultra. Hey Chaos. How you doing? League of Legends, of course. Where is Dunwood Row? No, what's that, Leon? Not Heritage Hill. Might be in First Fires or Copperly. So guys, I'm gonna be right back. Beer real quick. Sorry about that. I think we were talking about yesterday how it's way drier out here in Los Alamos than it was in California. So I'm probably gonna have to take more breaks to get some water and run to the restroom and so on. All right, let's keep here. Dunwood Row. We did need to go to the Valiant Embassy for a side quest for learning Paladin. All right, see you, Barrio. I had to get some chapstick too. My lips were bleeding yesterday. It was so dry.
Ambassador Agosti, I would speak with you on a matter of some urgency and great importance.
Let's be diplomatic. Well known in Defiance Bay. Yeah, that's right, we are.
Ambassador, there are issues at stake here that go beyond rogue merchants and a port staying open. Animancy is under attack in Defiance Bay.
You didn't let poor Vicent Agosti
If it is outlawed here, what would prevent the same from happening in our republics?
Let's be diplomatic.
What is it the Dukes need of me, Ambassador?
What kind of beers are you looking for, Chaos? You got something planned for this weekend? Or the Twin Elms could be dangerous, of course. That's why
It shall see, Ambassador. But won't this provoke the dear Woodins? Their country is falling apart, and we are already dividing up their trade alliances.
I like the few little... Because I don't know what language she's speaking. She said "ak" earlier. Is it like a French stand-in?
Madiko. When I walked in here, I
No,
didn't
it's
think
not
we were going
French.
to be talking about how to chop up the Deerwood's corpse.
I think I've mentioned before I'm bad about beer. I don't have the taste for it, so I will constantly go out with friends that are really into beer, and they'll, here, you should try this one. This is the one that tastes this, and be like, yeah, that tastes like beer. Sorry.
Of course, Ambassador.
Oh, that's awesome, Chaos. More like Italian, gotcha. The second word seemed more Italian. Wink obnoxiously.
Could have gone better. Could have gone worse. Not that you helped put up much of a fight.
Yeah,
I
what's
know,
the fight?
but it's still frustrating. I've spent enough time moping anyway. Now I just need to figure out how to get to Twin
Oh,
Lakes
that's
before
crazy,
Arthur
Leon.
loses his vengeance.
So I've talked about the Number File YouTube channel, right? It's one of my favorite channels to subscribe to. They have a sister channel called Computer File, and there's a video on there about how much of a pain in the ass it is to account for time zones or do time tracking at all in computers. And how basically there is one group of people that wrote a service for it that everybody calls, and if anything ever goes bad,
Of
nobody really
course,
wants to
Fred.
think about it. I recommend the video about time zones and what a pain in the ass it is to track.
Eder, how is it you Eothasians stay so optimistic? The world has not given your kind much reason to hope.
You get to a certain point and you realize you got two options. You can go mad with grief and tear out all your hair and check yourself into the sanitarium, or you can wait for better days.
Well, feathers in my case. But I understand your point.
Hadrid House, that's right. At least I remember that it was Lady Webb.
You must gather your
3
party
weeks
before
distance.
venturing forth.
Yeah, everyone should just be UTC. Absolutely. The world would work much better if we just adopted that. Hadrid House. Oh, I didn't even see it when I was here last time. I already gone there. Tom Scott's pretty cool, Game Saucer. Very passionate. Just barely saw Andrea in my peripheral vision in the kitchen, so she's not gonna spook me this time.
Well met, friend.
How did you know I'm a cipher? It almost feels like this, like ciphers is the canonical job for the main character. It lines up really closely with the Watcher. I want to trace a man who might have touched this up. Clear your mind of all wayward thoughts. Unmistakably of the same construction. No image of its owner. Journeys embroidered with points and curves and steel sun in your mind. It opens before you a path stretching southward to the vale and northward terrain. I think it could work though, Propagable. It only feels weird because we don't have it right now. That sounds pretty good, Chaos. Open your...
Anything? Looked like you were working real hard there.
Brother got as far as Defiance Bay before turning away at Saris and said he met...
What'd he talk about with Widewind?
Head was a beam of light.
I figured that. Woden and me had heard enough stories from his uprising to know it wasn't just some tall tale. Doesn't mean he was Aethys. It could have been some wizard's trick. It's what they talked about that's important.
It's
What they
chaos
said.
right now with time zones, though. Like keeping track of whether a place observes daylight savings time, when it observes daylight savings time. Like, you've got weird shit like Gary, Indiana still being in Central rather than Eastern.
That's
Though the rest of Indiana
Come on.
is in Eastern.
That metal sun, my brother touched it. You saw where he went. Now what'd he talk about with Widewind? Why'd my brother fight for Raid Saris? I guess that's it. I don't think we will. What will we do? Look for more war relics? We were lucky to find this one.
Yeah, I'd also like to just abolish daylight savings time.
The battle was a massacre. Whatever Aethys knows, he's not talking to anyone.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, Chaos. I'll be posting to that whenever I have a new Google group post. Really, that's the end of the quest. Huh. That's kind of a bummer for Ader. I thought it was going to turn out better for him. Okay, thank you. Nap well. Bye-bye. No, I thought we had it. I thought we packed it with us. No, I haven't seen it. You getting stuffy again?
Oh my god, I
I found the Vaseline chapstick.
Oh, good.
I've been
Yeah,
using
I
that.
saw
It
the
helps a
bag.
lot. So.
If you're gonna-
No, but thank you very much. Nap well. She's not actually sitting, so I won't do the Andrea hype. It's here off in the distance. She might pop in before stream's done. Okay. Yeah, I guess if we went with UTC plus minus with no daylight savings time, that'd be a step in the right direction.
Repeat, please, in Adiran. And stand closer so I can grab your neck if you said what I think you did.
That was Isilmir. She likes your feathers.
Thanks, but I'm not interested, Isilmir.
Oh, sorry, Propagable. We already had it a couple weekends ago. Right before we moved. Somewhere in here, right? The main quest. Oh, I was just there. God damn it. I thought I could do the hearings from here. Womp womp. I go back and talk to Spider-Man's boss lady, Madam Web.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
Family suffered, even after the Saints' War ended. You dear Woodens certainly have a knack for...
Yeah. It's one of those things like moving to standardized time where everyone just refers to UTC as an absolute. Like we talk about, oh, that would be such a pain in the ass because we're imagining having to convert all the time, but really you only do the conversion once. It's the same as the Americans who say they don't want to switch to metric. It's like, well, you only have to convert to metric one time. Once everything's metric, you don't have to worry about that anymore. That house. You'd actually remove the conversion. If it's UTC 3 PM, that's UTC 3 PM for everybody. You know exactly when that is relative to you. He's upstairs, isn't she? Yeah, knowing whether that's like dawn for somebody isn't really as relevant. I could hear that, Yukupo. Yeah, if you like move to Europe from America or vice versa, getting used to what the number means. You hear, oh, it's 5 p.m. You kind of assume that means the sun's going to be setting soonish.
I've told you everything you need to know.
But not everything.
It's only right that you know everything.
Theos is the bad guy.
When I was younger, before Dunreed Row, I had many suitors. These were fine-looking men of good stock, but I could see their thoughts, and they were unimpressive. Boys' thoughts. I toyed with their affections. I resented all of them. And then I met a man whose mind was a mystery to me. But he understood me. He knew me at a glance. Told me things I didn't know about myself.
Interesting.
He was neither handsome nor charming. But he was all I ever wanted. We made a game of my gift. He would ask me about people, and I would.
I used
tell him what
Rebecca
they were
Black's
thinking.
Friday in my
Sometimes the
D&D
information
campaign.
was very sensitive.
I did this
And
like
then one day, he
Lovecraft
asked me if I trusted him.
like sanity
Said
event
I
with the old
did.
gods kind of a thing.
Next I knew I was.
I did it by
donning
breaking the
silver
fourth wall
mask
and slowly
swearing
transforming
oaths
what
to
they were
Void.
seeing into like Internet Explorer
Using
error
my
and then
gift for the
like a
leaden
really
key,
warped version of Friday.
still
You can see it on
felt like a
YouTube if
game
you
to
search
me.
for
So
like
I
Augment
did it.
campaign.
I did it because
Party
it
Insanity
was
events should show up on there. Bunch of crazy audio editing. That's what you'll have to look forward to when we get D&D back on Twitch. When we get up to 50 or so average concurrent viewers.
I don't like living in the dark. It's a powerless, hopeless feeling. Every day I did things without knowing their purpose. Every day I loved a man without knowing his thoughts of me.
So yeah, I have that entire
I
song
sensed
burned
that
into my
love
mind. I think I know all the
wanted to
lyrics
tell
because
me.
I'd spent so much time
I
editing it for
sensed
the
that he knew
D&D adventure.
everything the leaden key was created to hide. But Theos, one day I disappeared without a word. He would kill me for it, and I knew that. It's their rule. I just wanted to see him plunge the knife, because then I would know. But the day never came. He has left me to wonder. I have devoted my years to learning everything I could.
The smudge on her palm is like a
In
Macbeth thing.
hopes I would find some clue as to who he really was, and why he felt he had to keep his secrets locked away. I have precious little to show for it. Just an old woman nagged by old thoughts. And that is truly everything I can tell you about Theos.
Nice propagable.
I hope you will accept this embarrassing story as a show of my.
So he's your ex-boyfriend.
What of them? Good. Avar Wolfgren looks to the Crucible Knights as a voice of reason and order. Speaking from their section should lend you credibility with him.
So I don't think I've ever watched a reaction video. I know that the category kind of blew up with that, with the Fine Brothers
You need
controversy.
waste no more time here. Get to the palace. Make your case to the Duke. With him on our side, all of Deerwood can be mobilized against the Leaden Key, and Theos can be rooted out. I only wish I could be there to see it. There is a very old bottle of a very good brandy that I have been saving for a special day.
That
If
sounds
you
like
hurry
code
back
for
afterward,
Lady Webb is
there
going to
may be a
die
little
before we
left
get to
for
drink
you.
that.
Off with you. You're go-
Big bad evil guy. Now we can go to the first fight. Sounds good, Peter. So I still need to. I'm still testing out the cat cam, right? The cats are sitting on the couch, staring me down, begging to be fed. I need to find a position in this room that will let you see the entire couch so you can always see the cats. I could try picking up the webcam and showing you, but I think that me sitting up might make them move. No, they're not getting up yet. That's probably what cat cam's gonna look like. It'll switch it from my ugly mug to the couch where the kitties are sitting, staring me down, begging to be fed. Ben looks just so irritated. I'm actually really glad. So we got that couch to have a sleeper couch for if we ever have guests come over to stay. I guess I'll just rearrange in my office for a little bit if we have people come over. But I was also hoping that the cats would sit there, and that's like their go-to spot while I'm streaming. They just sit there and stare me down. When are you gonna feed us? Why aren't you feeding us? Ben will do this thing too where he like pretends to be asleep. Oh, I might be able to do that. I have like chat logs dating back to, I don't know, March of last year. I can find a way to query for it. You could probably do like the end bracket for a user's name and then do exclamation point cat hype to remove it from time people just mention it mid chat. Yeah, SB and then cat hype. Yeah. Who do I have to talk to in here? I'll probably you to the entrance. Totally get away with stealing. Wait, what is that? Looks kind of cool. No. Right on. What's up, Sidley? Bunch of helmets. Go to the upper floor. Okay. How many do I have? I don't think I accrue points. I have some that are granted for reasons. Oh, I guess that went out. So I guess it would look like steerage was going up. Like when I have to process a mass vote request, it actually costs 0 points for me to do it. So. I'd have to calculate how many I would actually have. go to the top. There's the bell. Oh, I see. Okay. Here we go. The room below is animated amidst a heated debate. All the representative groups are easily discerned in the crowd. Crucible Knights, stiff in their noisy armor, sit in one section. Other well-dressed members of House Dominel, casual, watching the Predator's interests. Elsewhere are the dozens.
Well then, answer me this, Master Barash. If you Animancers represent our best hope to cure the legacy, what progress can you demonstrate?
Ramir de Barask is originally from Palminia.
We actually know
He's
what
one of the
cause of
finest minds in
legacy is now.
Animancy to come out of the Valiant Republics. He left for Defiance Bay 5 years ago because he believed this was the true heart of Animancy research.
Alright. I'm able to create sphere points. I try not to do it. I turned it on briefly during the 24-hour Mario stream. I'll probably bring it back next time we do a 24-hour stream too. It actually went really well there.
As I've said, it isn't about progress, it's about potential.
My house would agree, Your Grace.
I'm wary
We
of
see great
inflation, and
potential
right
in
now
its
I think it
future.
all gets generated pretty reasonably. Timestamping,
And I suppose
donations
your
and
blazing profits during
watching.
the legacy don't have nothing to do with that, do they, Dominel? You can't have it both ways no more. Animancy goes, or this country goes.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
you
yeah.
admit, Master Barask, that Animancy is no closer to stopping the legacy than it ever was.
No, we've had many promising experiments. Cadman Azo has shown...
Cadman Azo murdered a child. For a complete failure. We should be hanging him right now for what he done. The dozens won't stand for it.
The
Great.
experiment failed, yes, but his work...
Was sabotage.
Our new delegate from the Knights of the Crucible. What makes you say sabotage?
The fuck's that even matter? These are people who would toy with the lives of our children.
I think it's going to be Castlevania Chaos Factor.
Indeed. Even
I think
assuming
that
there was
it's a good
sabotage,
choice because there's plenty of
is this Animancer
Castlevania games that
also
are
not still accountable?
reasonably short and plenty that are quite long. So I think like last time we did Super Mario 64 was the one that we were trying to beat over the course of the playthrough. It'll probably be Symphony of the Night, I would guess. That what's the how long to beat on Symphony of the Night? I feel like it's like maybe 10 hours long. I wonder why there's two rational options here.
Horseshit. These Animancers can't be trusted. Look at what happened in Heritage Hill. Our
Right.
supposed protectors from Crucible Keep can't even clean up the messes Animancy leaves.
I might throw on some codes for like Castlevania 1 and 3. I think to remember the death penalty, the game over penalty being pretty brutal. I wouldn't like give myself infinite health or anything, but maybe infinite lives.
Your Grace, we'd have a
You
much
still have to
easier
start back
time
over.
of it
You
if
still have to
our
beat
knights
each
weren't so
level
occupied
without
trying
dying,
to keep
but
their
you end up
organization
going
from
way back
igniting a
if you lose all your
revolution on our
lives.
very doorstep.
Heritage Hill is blood on your hands, Justisher. You turn a blind eye, and look what happens.
You've some strange taste in travels, friend. The height of your tales expands with every breath.
My word is my oath.
I had heard whispers of a new delegate set to attend today's hearing. I admit that your candor was mentioned more than once. Tell us what you saw in Heritage Hill.
I think that's about right on Chaos, yeah. If we interweave it with other games like we did with Mario 64, we could probably beat it.
Even if it is as you say, we have testimony that a group of Animancers had been spending time there. Surely their tinkering had something to do.
Their presence doesn't prove cause. Their testimony is not evidence. It is a guess. Ooh. That's,
Whoa, snap.
yeah.
Animancy has many enemies.
Everyone in the court
You
should
need only
just
look
shut
around
up when they
this
hear
room
that.
to see it.
You're missing the point. Everywhere there's animancers, there's disaster! We all know what Wydwin's legacy's really about. And it ain't about some sparkling saint from Creed Ceres who's mad because he took a
Creed
stroll down the
Ceres.
wrong bridge.
Friggin' dozens, man.
It's about a bunch of so-called intellectuals fucking with the natural order while the rest of us gotta suffer for it.
I really
Is
don't
it,
like these
though?
guys.
Should we not take the time to reach
Glad
a
I didn't
clear
accidentally,
conclusion?
like, side
I
with
mean,
them.
What proof do we have?
My son and daughter are buried beneath the floor of my house. We don't own no land, so that's where we lay them. My son, my wife let him slip when she was bathing him. Got water in his lungs, he couldn't cough up. My daughter, we put her to bed one night, and the next morning she wasn't breathing. This Hollowborn thing, it ain't ending. And it ain't ending because we still let these charlatans play God. There's your proof, you damn copper fucker.
Why Copperfucker? Is there backstory to this? Why would we, of all the things that one might fuck, why would one fuck Copper as part of an oath or a curse? I do like this guy's voice actor. He's very emotive.
Enough, Adric.
Nerd
Lady
Ceres.
Dominel makes a point. If it's animancy, then why do the other states that permit the practice not suffer the same fate? Who among us can say he truly understands why the legacy has taken hold here?
I can. Ooh, we're playing the music. Ah, okay. So, a Copperfucker is one who lusts for money. Yeah, no, I like this one. This is cool. It's used pretty sparingly, Acrolith. It's much more sparing than, you know, Game of Thrones, which is pretty foul on the whole. The ruins of Eric. Operating machines disrupt and redirect the flow of souls. Heard their dead confess their plot. They're stealing the souls of the
Beasts.
unborn.
Another lunatic at the hearing. Did you remember to lock your sanitarium before you
Benevolent,
left, Master
cruel, diplomatic. Is that really rational? I think that's well. Let's do that.
You must know, friend, that the Leaden Key is a mantle for small-time ruffians and children at play. I'm not saying you're a liar. Not yet. But you'd better start making sense of all this. Help us believe you.
What's more likely, the gods are destroying Deerwood for a science practice in many parts of the world, or that a group of people hates animancy and wants it suppressed? That's reasonable. Another guess. Throw it out in her ass, your grace. I've seen these machines with my own eyes, operated by mechanisms only someone with ancient knowledge would understand.
I don't know about all of this.
Yeah, care of Song of Ice and Fire, I think.
You've made an unexpected case, friend. I'll say that much. It seems we have a new possibility to consider. at the
I could hear
very
that
least.
Copper, like...
How was it you came to learn all this?
That makes more sense than, like, just money.
Indeed. This land is foreign to you, unless I miss my guess. Your efforts on its behalf are to be commended. But these hearings are about more than Wydwin's legacy, even though that is our most pressing concern.
Money grubber. I think that's more accurate.
Let's say for the moment that I were to take you at your word that our friends in Brackenbury Sanitarium and their peers bear no responsibility for this curse upon my country. I'm curious, what would you do if you were in my position?
This is probably my favorite part of the game so far as like conversations go. I think I agree with Moose Friend. Allow animators to continue to work, or questions we always understand. Oh, this is like the nuclear weapons argument. Restricted and controlled. Interesting, it's like a spectrum of opinions. I think I'm gonna go with the I'm a fan of science. They don't envision their own purpose, giving them this power.
Very well. That is all I wish to hear. Not just from you, but from everyone. Many days we've been at this. It is time we put it to rest. I want to thank the delegations for helping me to collect my thoughts. In particular, I want to thank our new delegate, who has given me much to think about, and who alerted me
That's right, I'm the
to
new
a
delegate whose
enemy
name you
I
can't
failed
pronounce
to
because you're a
see.
voice actor. This isn't what Fallout 4 is the only game that's really made an effort at doing that, where they had the voice actor record like 100 names or something crazy, and they try to get as close as possible to what you named your character.
The time has come to choose a direction for the Deerwood. I am ready to make my pronouncement.
Oh, I know people who aren't fans of science.
Ramir D. Barash,
it's a bummer.
representing the interests of animancers in Deerwood, step forward.
They usually go to the whole scientists can't make up their minds about things. First they say that eggs are good for you, then they say eggs are bad for you. It's like, well, that's the media, one. And two, like the whole point of science is challenging previously held notions. Whoa, what's happening?
Animancy may not outweigh its value.
Dude's possessing. This isn't cool.
Forgive me, Your Grace. We will accept no judgment but our own.
What's he doing?
They did the name recording for one companion propagable. Oh, sports games do it. I didn't realize that.
Stop this at once!
Holy shit. Shit's going down. Thanks a lot, Theos. You guy's ass. Do you want to post the XKCD chaos?
Pursuit. Shall I end it for you?
It's probably the jelly beans one, right?
Another time. I am already late.
Thanks, Dick. Great. The words "shall I end it for you" ring in your ears. And you find yourself gasping for breath, struggling to keep your own balance. Andrea used that if you guys watched her Astronomy on Tap Talk. I think I have the link for it in Discord. I can repost it if you haven't seen it yet, but she cites the Jelly Bean XKCD comic talking about trials, factors, and statistical significance.
Shall I end it for you?
Fucking Theos, man. This is a woman bound backward over a large iron wheel overlooking a great stone maw. Many of the woman's fingers and toes are severed, and the bottoms of her feet are charred black. Gross. The skin on one side of her face looks like a melted candle. Black and red and seeping, and the angle of her back is just a spine in ruins. Yet for all that, her expression just portrays little of her anguish. What's wrong with your face?
I am already at peace, Grand Inquisitor. Are you?
That animation, that picture does not look like what I was imagining in my mind from the text description. Sometimes it's better to not draw it out and let you use your imagination.
So be it. If you desire no end, you shall have none. I find you guilty of heresy. May the eternal prison bar your soul from passage, for it is beyond redemption.
So tying her wheel. Dominion of the Sleepers. Let's see what that does. Open your eyes to the beam ceiling of the palace's grand entry hall. Things of metal striking metal waft alongside the cries of the injured. As you stagger your feet, Theos is gone. Head up now. Lady Webb is gonna drink some brandy with me. She's not gonna be dead, right? Sort of like the Joss Whedon formula. If you're like watching a Joss Whedon TV show or movie and suddenly characters are having a good time, something really bad is about to happen. Yeah, Heresy's a good one. It's a fun game, Moose Friend. It's what you make of it. It depends on what kind of quests you're doing. Whoa. Issues are killing commoners. Well. This doesn't look like good times in general. Great. Yeah, exactly. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, yeah. It is D&D as a game, absolutely. It's like there's a DM narrating to you. Animancer's boots. Oh, this looks great. You guys not set everything on fire? Man, they're ruining this town.
Well met, friend.
What are you doing? I was. Oh, good. He's being less of a douchebag. Sorry about my phone buzzing. I need to mute Discord notifications on my phone. Yeah, I agree. It depends on the character, as always. Some people are better at emoting. Loot all of the corpses of the nice Dunwood Row people. I'm sure that Madam Webb is fine upstairs, right? Lady Webb. Go check on Lady Webb. No, go take everybody's money. I'm guessing that this amount of money is like pittance too. 6 copper pieces. Not really that helpful.
Hey. This is why you were traveling alone.
What? Corpses? If they give you the option of going around and looting everybody.
Aye?
You guys said you get game over if you attack Lady Webb. It's like one of the few characters in the game that actually causes that to happen.
Be constant.
Opportunistic looting hype. Heck yeah. Yeah. That's a bummer. Deos killed his ex-girlfriend. Shattered glass roast on the floor. Dang. But I wanted to have brandy. Immersed in a torrent of sensory input and experience, when it calms, you find yourself in the same room, lying in bed with a glass of brandy in your hand. Sipping while you hear people freaking out outside.
I was a fool to think I could tame these people.
You came closer than most.
A fine epitaph.
Ooh.
No worse than any.
What's in Twin Elms?
Did you pull that from my thoughts?
I've had time to practice.
They're such a cute couple.
I was saving that for someone.
Saving that for me.
Pity. You know this is how it has to be.
Prove it.
Your ribs hurts. Pulse reflex causes you to drop your glass to the floor and you hear it shatter. With the last of your strength, you take his knife and both words. A question radiant in your mind. For an instant. Oh, completed Act 2. Right on. How many acts are in this? For instance, to your great surprise, the pathway to his mind is left open to you, unguarded, and the answer comes, simple, cataclysmic in its reordering of your thoughts. As Lady Webb, you feel as though you've had an answer you searched for all your life. In your own mind, understanding lies just beyond your reach. You look at Theos with the wide eyes of someone seeing for the first time, and draw your last breath, black, velvety dark.
Smoke rises
That's
above
a
the city
bummer.
walls in billowing plumes that blacken the sky like a storm. Behind the walls,
Probably.
the riots rage on. Known patrons of Animancy are forced into hiding as looters ransack their estates and make off with their possessions. Animancers are torn away from their families and dragged from their homes to be stoned to death in the streets. Word had spread immediately that Duke Avar had been assassinated, and that an Animancer was to blame. The city wasted little time in exacting revenge, and little effort into evaluating
Great.
guilt. In the center of it all, Brackenbury Sanitarium burned. And down the lane, Hodred House, the last bastion of stability in the Deerwood, had fallen silent. Now safely outside the city gate, your path points eastward to Twin Elms, where Theos is bound, for reasons that remain mysterious as the Leaden Key itself.
Hey, Reaper Cheap. How you doing? Good seeing you. Well, I need to work on my Twitter, foo. I just saw that Obsidian liked my tweet that I was going live with Pillars of Eternity. I need to make sure I use all the hashtags. If anyone out there is like a social media mogul and like would like command of my Twitter account in exchange for like a Surepoint bounty or something, shoot me a Discord message or something.
Please stop. I need to tell you something.
Go ahead.
I have not been entirely honest about my motives for traveling with you up to this
Doing
point.
well. Having a good
When I
time.
finished
Finally
my
finished the
training in
move to New
Adler, I
Mexico,
was
making some
introduced to an
progress with getting
organization.
stuff unpacked.
All I knew was that they were opposed
Nice new
to the
office built
spread of
up.
Animancy, and that they could guarantee me postings far away from the Seathwood my father and his Earl. At that time, it was enough.
Yeah, right. The whole.
In the early years, I thought of them as many things. Hooded men, prudent teachers, the Leaden Key. Their rules were strict, but their guidance was clear. I sincerely believe they wanted to keep Kith from the folly of their own foolish ambitions.
Have social media.
Deerwood a little over a year ago.
My sister's been helping me out with my Facebook page. I'm going to be starting to schedule posts starting next week. And maybe boosting it out. If you guys haven't already, if you can like my page on Facebook, I think that will help when I pay for the boost ad in a couple weeks. I pretty much just post go live notifications on there, but I'll probably change it to something else after I think about it some more.
A senior contact met with me every few months to receive my reports.
Try to minimize
and issue
spam.
leads. She sent me to Gilded Vale to keep an eye on events surrounding the local lord, but I lost track of her shortly after that.
Look into networking. Thanks,
I hope
Darkstar.
She was reassigned, killed, or sacrificed the way you saw. At the time you met me, I'd been on my own for a couple of months.
Hot tips to get rich. Earn money.
I needed some kind of direction. After that scrape with the locals, I was ready to get out of town. But then you mentioned the hooded figures in the machine, and I was sure you were on the trail of the Leaden Key. And I was correct in a way. What we found wasn't what I expected. I knew the Leaden Key was trying to stop Animancy, but I didn't realize how far they'd gone. Murder, sabotage, abandoning entire districts to shambling horrors. Now the whole city is up in flames. I'm still not sure about Animancy, but I know I've been following the wrong master. Please, accept my apology, and my service. Let me fight with you to stop Theos.
Yeah, I'm with you, Pelagina. Oh, Durance. Calm yourself out. Everybody gets to talk here. I get to kill him.
Thank you. This is a great great burden off my shoulders.
Actually, I don't have anything else to talk about. That could have gone really badly if I wanted it to. Hey, what's up, Ader?
Say what you want about Dear Woodens. They haven't met the problem yet they couldn't solve by killing some scapegoats.
Knowing what they think the gods one of them, people never feel the disappointment without guidance. Yeah, true. Can organized murder be their best guess? Man, there's a quote for the ages. Very nice. Alright, let's get out of Dodge. Let's see where's the game sending us next. The Assassin at Large. Travel to Twin Elms, right. That was a little vision. There's Twin Elms. Be a Deerford Crossing. What's going on at the Stronghold? Oh, right. Resolve attack. Auto-resolve? What's the difference between auto-resolve and manual resolve? Like, why would I want to do manual? It just made it go away, it looks like. Wall is destroyed. That's a bummer. Are you, like, more likely to win if you do it manually, I guess? Can I rebuild it? I guess so. Huh. Okay. Let's see. We've been here before. Broken statue. I want to go all the way over here, right? Assume this will let us exit over there. Oh, you actually like have a little battle. If you click manually resolve, does it take you to the map right then, or do you have to go and walk to your stronghold? Oh, really? That seems backwards than what I expected. Ah, I see, Spiky. Gotcha. Thank you. Saving some time. I would have thought the opposite, Serp, that if you did auto-resolve, something would get destroyed. And if you do manual, as long as you win, everything's fine. Alright. Plot floods. Even my phone. Let me mute my phone real quick, guys. I don't want that to bug y'all. I'm waiting on the mobile update that lets you customize the notification sound, because I do like having the notification, but it's the same as like every other notification on my phone. I keep thinking it's an email or a text message or something. E10. Oh, I love that. List of lists of lists. There's some really great little treasures on Wikipedia like that. My favorite one is the vampire article that's like lists of vampires, and it kind of has a little table that organizes them by their strengths and weaknesses. Uh-oh. You guys are getting choppiness? Is that happening for anybody else? I've been trying to fix my been having some audio issues since we moved, and I think it was associated with Reaper that I'm using for compression, noise gating, and EQ. And I've been trying to nail it down, but I haven't been able to reproduce it. still getting any like ticking or clipping sounds? Weird. Walk away before you get hurt. Of course, shit never works. Except when it does. Oh, that's cool. They're like fire people, so they have little auras around their butts. Okay, I might need to tweak it. Thanks, Moose Friend. I had to make my noise gate a little bit more sensitive because the heat fan in this apartment is really, really loud. So either I need to make it less sensitive or I need to just generally talk louder. I really do not want choppiness. I'd rather there be a constant droning air conditioning sound over choppiness. But thanks for the heads up, Moose Friend. First time actually fighting these assholes, I think. Although there's some kind of spell that duplicated them. Interesting.
Damn the ambassador. I told him there was a conspiracy. Again and again, I was ignored. Then the Duke's death, the riots, and now this. If the Leaden Key is targeting me, we need to warn the ambassador in first fires.
Yeah?
Okay. I didn't realize that was going to be her quest. Alright, we'll go back after we finish unlocking this new space on the world map.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
I'm sure. I'm gonna go unlock the Twin Elms area, and then I'll go back to talk to the ambassador guy. Yeah, I agree. There's some really good naming in this for the most part. I'm less excited when they get all, like, fantasy diacritics everywhere, where the names become impossible for a normal person to divine their pronunciation. Hey, thanks for the host, Everboard. How you guys doing? You guys should go check out OBG if you haven't already. Here's their channel. They're awesome. Very funny guys. Dag and Brawly. Whoa, that's a lot of ogres. I don't know if... Well, is it just that they're tall, or are they gonna destroy us? If anybody's popping over from Overboard's channel, hey, I'm Marstead. I'm trying to beat every awesome game ever made live on Twitch. Monday through Friday, we're playing awesome games like Pillars of Eternity, Zelda, Metroid, Mario, Dark Souls, Dead Space, Shenmue. Yeah, an actual ogre battle. I had to go play Pillars of Eternity to experience it. Can I heal? Where's Sagani? She's dying somewhere. Oh, there she is. Aloth is basically dead.
Just like an adherent to go down fast.
Okay, lurk away. Lead you be. Yeah, I do encourage everyone, if you haven't yet, please check out Overboard's channel. They're really cool. Yeah, I don't think this is going to end well. This doesn't look so hot. I think I have an area save. Let's load the area save and try that again. At least we were sneaking. Bigger dicks than ghosts. That's outstanding.
Margren's fire casts light in dark places.
Did not go well. Alright, could potentially go well if I cast the right spells. Keep the quick save up.
You're not getting through.
Alright. Let's chill for a minute. Fortunately, they don't spot us. About to spot us. Dang it, Durance. I'm gonna load that. It makes it, the formation system is pretty good, but if you end up having to turn around, it gets kind of tricky. You almost are better off just clicking each character and microing where you want them to stand, you know? Okay, here we go. Let's trip them first, maybe?
Aye?
Let's see if it lands. It's probably going to hit Ader since he just walked right into the... It's a lot of tripped dudes. Can we just keep casting that on them forever until we kill all of them?
Yes.
Ogre the line? Alright, hold up. Let's pop second wind. Where's Durance standing right now? Where's Ader? Durance, you're gonna move up a little bit to get some heals off here. There we go. Okay. Aloth, I need you to stay on tripping duty. Whoa, that's not staying on tripping duty, that's almost dying.
Just like
Oh, it didn't get off in time, that's a super bummer. Alright, need you to res a buddy here. Reviving exhortation. Cool. Try that again. Stop sucking. Yeah, I saw that. Twitch Alerts is having trouble today.
No good.
Everybody's going down now. I cast anything I can cast with, hopefully. Maybe I just don't want to fight these guys. I feel like I shouldn't give up, but pretty nasty.
Ready, Watcher.
What is, you learned a new ability, right? Dominion of the Sleepers. Enhance all attributes. I like having my attributes enhanced. No, it's just a problem I've been having today. I tried fixing it before stream, but nothing I was adjusting was changing it. Yeah, I might end up doing that. They're kind of a pain in the butt. I killed one of them, but there's significantly more than one of them. Actually, I don't think I can turn on easy. Because, well, maybe. I don't know if it changes something other than... Because I think it says something about the difficulty only applies when you leave the map, right? And those enemies already have popped in on this map. Difficulty change will take effect on any map you have not yet visited. So, yeah, that's not an option, unfortunately. We can try...
Right, then. Keeping an eye out.
Okay, let's think about this. Well, I guess let's camp, because people don't have all their... Can't camp with enemies in sight. Oh, makes sense. But we can take 3 steps back and then camp, because that makes sense. It's cool. The convenience of game mechanics trumps whether they're sensical in most cases. Alright. Let's plant this here, maybe.
What? Lavaru beyond. Seek.
Lavaru beyond seek.
They both cast the same spell. They use the same words. Whoa, the ranged attacks though. Wow, that didn't go very well at all. I have to come at this in a couple directions. Oh, you know, that might be true. Didn't know if she started with something. I forgot to go back to the stronghold and change up her stuff. Yeah, you're right. She's kind of terrible at the moment. 40% recovery speed. I don't know what all I would give her, though, actually. She's rolling two-handed weapon right now. Can see what I've got. Sort by sell value. And ring of protection. Cloak. Don't need those boots. At least a step in the right direction. Yeah, my hope is to get the wizard to cast a really strong spell to open it, but it doesn't seem to really be helping.
Varathus!
Dead on.
Okay, if I can get him to just like chain cast oil slick on all of them, that would be really helpful, I think. Is he, like, paralyzed or something? Why is he casting?
Someone fell last.
God, these guys are super nasty. Might just need to bail out on fighting them and like go out a different exit here.
Can't get a good.
Yeah, he finally ended up casting it. But there's just so many of them. I'm gonna have to exit and come back later, maybe with a different setup. I'll keep stealthing and we'll go out maybe south and then east. Panzer models? What kind of game is it? A tank piloting game, it sounds like, perhaps?
Of course.
There's an antelope. A tank dating sim? Oh shit. Oh. It's an elemental. That's interesting. There's this group of enemies, which isn't too bad on one end of the map, and then this crazy group of ogres on the other end. It's come up on Twitch before. Is this the game where it's pigeon dating? Like the name is a pun, having to do with pigeons. That's not one of the games that's banned on Twitch, is it? It's a fairly small list. Hey, Aloth leveled up. What do you got, buddy? Points in survival. Level 4 spells. I like myself some concussive missiles. Especially since it targets foes specifically. Nope, 2 per rest, 1 per encounter. Not as excited about those. We already took plus deflection ability. Don't care about any of that stuff. Go, I guess I'll take the Grim Slam. Is it like a parody of dating sims? Like the little papyrus sequence from Undertale? That stuff can be pretty fun. I think that was the funniest part of Undertale for me. The radar, the weather map, crime meter, and the Phoenix Wright music. Hey, Looks like some spooky ghosts.
Anyone suspected of treachery must be reported at once.
Is this like memory ghosts or like spooky ghosts? Oh, it's memory ghosts.
Good, you have come. You have heard of the recent defections from our order caused by this apostate in Kratom.
I've never been to Kratom, but we'll pretend like I know.
This is a dangerous woman whose lies spread like plague. She inspires chaos, sows conflict. Because of these unusual circumstances, I am speaking to all our initiates personally to ensure there is no more dissension.
Oh, I see, Serpent.
Who she was no longer matters. If her following continues to grow, there will be war, and all our work will be undone. You were recruited from Kratom, were you not? You must have known this heretic woman, Yavara.
Wow. That's a pretty big spectrum of possible answers. Ghost, she was my mentor. I don't know if I'm actually creating a backstory for my own character, or if this is me being a watcher and
was it worthwhile, this
remembering to be somebody else.
mentorship? Indeed. If she had held true to hers, we wouldn't be in this position. I am trusting you to remain loyal to the gods in this. If you do not, you will have greater powers than me to answer to. But you will answer to me as well.
There's a certain brand of comedy that the only really folks I can think of that do it really well are Trey and Matt Parker, where they do this kind of sincere satire, where the one that leaps to mind is the Licecapades episode of South Park. It's basically just a pretty straightforward Michael Bay, Jerry Bruckheimer disaster movie. Like, there aren't any actual real jokes going on in the whole lice story. The only reason that it's so funny is that it's featuring lice and everything's turned up to 11. I'd love to see a game that's like that, where it really tries to be a good dating sim. It just happens to be with tanks or whatever. It's hard to get that tone right. Just avoided the ogre party. We might come back to them later if I can get some better gear for Paladin. Let me see if I'm sitting on. I've got a whole bunch of stuff in the stash. Maybe there's something in there that's not terrible. Idolo. That's one-handed. Sword, Valiant, Marking, and Fine. It's not bad. Kind of want my tanks to be able to regenerate health from their attacks. DR bypass. We'll go with that, and then we have a shield we can give her. How many magical shield? I guess it doesn't come up under that, does it? Is it a weapon? Oh, I guess they're technically weapons, huh? Reduce accuracy if you're wearing a large shield. That makes sense. What kind of shield does she have? She doesn't have one at all. Wonk. Okay. And her armor, I expect, is pretty good. What does Defiant mean? Oh, additional damage reduction when under 25% health. It's kind of nice. Really makes her hard to kill. What's up?
My NES.
At the moment, yes. If I find a better stand, I will.
Also, the phrase, so it's the phrase "sit back." You're talking about Star Wars. No, you're talking about something else.
And they're talking about like Star Wars, like
the movie.
Okay,
Oh,
not,
yeah, no,
not like the missile
thing,
defense
yeah.
program.
No, the good Star Wars.
Cool. I'm glad to hear that, Andrea. She's so happy. Yeah, so my wife Andrea is excited to be
My
working
mom has a theory
somewhere
that
with a bunch of
Rey is,
nerds again.
Obi-Wan.
I've heard that theory. Yeah. I'm
I don't know
happier
if
with
you can hear
that,
me.
but yeah, I don't know if you guys can hear her. I'm happier with that than the other theory, the more
I
dominant one.
mentioned that you
Yeah, they do. You're too far away for the noise gate. You're choppy.
Tread carefully, Estromon.
Okay. Okay. Well, feel better.
tell them what was said. Don't mind much.
I will. She's happy because the last job we were working at, or she was working at in California, didn't really have a lot of people from our tribe, so to speak. Not like the kind of nerdy people that are into things like Star Wars and video games and comic book movies. Everyone was too cool for school. They didn't have time for that. So she felt bummed because everyone was so fancy at work. And at her new job here in Los Alamos, people are into that stuff again. So we feel at home here. To hear about Hearthsong. This is Hearthsong. Yeah, I'm really happy to hear that. For a while there, she was really bummed when we were living in California just because she didn't have any people from the same tribe at work. Yeah, the only negative thing about the move so far has been the local fiber company, but I think it's because they're so small. Yeah, it's a little dry. Really not that severe though, just something to get used to.
This is where the famous hunters of Air Glanfoth dwell?
This is a different kind of area. Wouldn't Sagani like these people? Steal from this poor warrior's barrel. Oil and milk. Oh god, the fact that these give you these little stat boosts, it's things that I'm not doing. If you play this on Path of the Damned, is it kind of expected that you're using the consumable food buffs all the time to be able to get through the game? Or are those more, use them before a conversation so that you qualify for a dialogue option that wasn't available before? Yeah, I'm not a mummy yet. In the context of things that could be bad about moving to a new area, that being a little dry is a minor thing. Twice split arrows, the 3-tusk Stilgar. What are Stilgars again? Is that like Pillars of Eternity speak for some kind of class of monster? I see. What about microing? Wildcats. Okay, thank you.
I don't know if I should go through with this. Make the trade deal with the Anamenfath.
The hell is
If
an
a valiant
Anamenfath?
deal with the Glanfathans weakens the Deerwood, it could mean war for the Republics in the future.
What
I
other
could put
option
the
do you-
idea in the Anamenfath's head that the Republics are not interested in exclusive trade, but limited trade of goods that they do not already trade with the Deerwoodans.
I like the rational option here. I'm going to take the benevolent option since these are actually so different this time, benevolent versus rational. Alright, let's quick save. It seems like this might be kind of important. What words should be popping into my mind when I meet the Glanfathans? They certainly have interesting naming conventions. Hey Kodiak, thanks for the host. Man, how'd your stream go? As usual, if you guys haven't followed Galactic Kodiak, are Sinning Against Realities. Really great streamer. He's been playing a lot of Black Desert Online lately. Deserves your attention. Please check him out. If you're coming in from Kodiak stream, hey, I'm Marstead. I'm trying to beat every awesome game ever made live on Twitch. Zelda, Final Fantasy, Metroid, Mario, Dark Souls, Pillars of Eternity, Shenmue. It's rad, we're going to beat it on stream.
There are reasons
So if you'd like to check out some of the games you've already played, you can go to games.marstead.com and list of YouTube playlists for all the titles we've already worked through.
Coming to understand.
You can check the schedule to see what's coming up. Move went really well. We're really liking Los Alamos.
Looters have grown
I'm excited that everything stream related seems to be working without a hitch. I was a little worried about it for a while there, but haven't really been having buffering issues or other unexpected problems.
Stelgar bring news of more desperate settlers pushing at our borders.
I haven't played Divinity at all, Acrolith, but I've had a couple people mention it in response to me playing Pillars of Eternity and say that it's pretty cool. This is the one where you can do like co-op decision making, right? Where one character can say one thing and the other character can say a different thing with like another actual player, and it will change the flow of the game.
Permitting more
That's strong,
strangers
500
the freedom
hours.
of the city is out of the question right now. Go and be thankful that Anamthoth Shimak doesn't sit in the Passage of the Six today. He would not be so
Passage of
kind
the
as
Sick.
I.
Keep having these weird watcher dream visions. Vision of an Orlan man appears near Bethel. Same green-brown fur and hazel eyes as she does. Help me reason with them, he points at you. Yeah, when do you sleep? Oh, it's on sale? How much is it on sale for you, Yukipo? I usually wait to buy my likely going to play them on stream eventually games until the summer and winter sales when they're at like the sub $10 level. Actually, when did Divinity actually come out? For War. Oh, that's not bad, 1999. Do I want to risk it and wait for the summer sale?
You'd better explain.
It's not on the voting spreadsheet yet, so I can probably get away with risking it for now. The Builder Souls have touched even the Estromorwin? Should I know what the Estromorwin are? That's a lot of letters there. I understand some of those words.
There's no way you could have known this saying. Not unless you are a Galuth on Anams, a watcher of souls.
I would not have guessed that that was pronounced Galus. Galus?
Feralt's warning came before the Broken Stone War. Feralt, my ancestor on my mother's side,
Foreigners?
was
Okay.
Anamthoth of our tribe then. When the Estromoric farmers defiled the builders' monuments, Feralt urged the other Anamthoth
There's some
nations,
pretty awesome voice actors
but
in this game.
louder, angrier voices prevailed.
Although I haven't been able to find the cast for this game. I think that there's some of the actors are listed on IMDb, but it's not tied to what their characters are.
Feralt believed that the invaders could be taught to respect the
Oh,
builders
Acrolith, that
as
sounds like a lot of
living.
fun. Yeah, if I could get Andrew to
He
play
also
too.
believed the builders' souls had spread to all peoples, and that we should avoid needless conflict with others. More practically, he worried that a violent response would only spur further bloodshed across the generations, and you can see where we are today.
Yeah, they don't have these soulless babies. A Nulfin, I guess, is their term for Hollowborn.
While Feralt's words were shrewd, they were ignored back then.
Yeah, that seems unusual. I feel like a lot of games, they are pretty good about getting the cast list updated out there. I don't know if maybe that's on Obsidian?
There is blood on these stones, and that is all anyone remembers now.
Can't change the past. Choices now still matter. That's a good answer. Yes, that is the problem.
Another Estremor came through here
Estremor?
a few days ago, and, well, letting him through was a mistake. One I am
Different.
eager not to repeat. The Guided Compass tribe has a reputation for being too soft with Estremoran. One that will not
Oh,
be
okay.
approved
I
by
see.
my failure
Plural
to
versus
stop
singular.
this man
I'm on
who
board.
has desecrated our most sacred sites.
Yeah, Theos is pretty great. Like the man I came here to stop, and maybe I could help. And now's the time to fix things. Let's go with
I
rational.
won't repeat a mistake in my haste to correct it. We bar Twin Elms from Estremoran to protect the ancient places that the Builders left behind. The Builders left this heritage to us to defend, but they alone had access to it. On this much, at least the 6 tribes agree.
Okay, so we don't let foreigners into our city. So the builders, I don't know if I caught very much about the lore with them. Are they tied to the gods in any way? Are these the guys that built the ancient ruins that we're not supposed to defile?
These were the words given to the keepers of the stone.
Ha! I know. Let's pull a Han Solo on her.
Very well. The city is yours to explore. Tell the guard at the gate that you come to see the cornerstone with the blessing of the Guided Compass.
The Limgan.
If the gods have truly returned one of the Builders to us, find the Delimgon of Ter Everon in Elm's Reach.
Anguithans,
If the gods
okay.
have sent you here with a purpose,
Thank
the
you.
Delimgon will know.
Right, we gotta get Blessed of Hylia. What do you got, Pelagina? I don't know, I feel like there's an audience of people who like the crazy, obtuse naming structure. You know, like J.R.R. Tolkien would love Pillars of Eternity if he could play it. Like he was a linguist first and an author second. He wrote Lord of the Rings and the Silmarillion just so that he could use his made-up languages for something. So I enjoy language, and I think it's kind of cool. They put a lot of work into it. I wish I could steep myself in the lore a bit more and know at a glance what some of the cool Glenfathan words mean. Adds a nice little touch, though, when they're dropping stuff like that into conversations. But I feel like I'm super steeped in Mass Effect lore, and trying to think what's different about Mass Effect versus Lords of Eternity, if there really is anything different. Just that I played Mass Effect offline and sat and read the codex entries for hours and hours. Exclusive trade agreement. Let's support her. The Republic's want. To Andra Tara pearls, trade will be picking up quickly on the Eastern Reach. Buy them exclusively from us for the next 5 years. In exchange will be your exclusive market for Adraban and Kargolan. I don't know what any of that is, but it sounds great. These looks like these are pearls. I suppose it doesn't matter. We don't need to know what it is.
That's it. My position in the Brotherhood gone. I can't believe I just made up new trade terms to the Glanfather and Anamenfather. Postinago.
That would be rational and cruel. Yeah, I think that's doing the right thing.
Verus. They have a saying in Biajepe. New gold clears even the oldest debts. If I'm right, all will be forgiven. If not, there's nothing.
Interesting, because the language is kind of Italian, like Kami was saying, but the accent is, it almost sounds like French Creole, like Louisiana. I kind of like that. You don't see enough mixing and matching. I think it's really, really common when you're writing in fantasy or sci-fi to make a culture just be a hodgepodge of real world cultures. Like, oh, they're basically, you know, the Romani people, but they have ancestor worship like the Japanese, and their religion is like this, and just kind of cut and paste. And sometimes they don't cut enough; they just paste a lot, if that makes sense. So, if the language is basically Italian, then you'd expect them to speak with a pseudo-Italian accent. I like that they don't. It's cool. Hmm. Yeah, it might be easier to remember at a quick glance, Propagable. I'm not opposed to putting some kind of like mnemonic word in the name too that helps you to remember. You have to be careful though. I don't think that Pillars of Eternity is the setting to name everybody like, you know, Fire Godina, uh, Jesus like Gotti, you know, a little bit more serious. Yeah. Oh, that is nice, sir. That makes it so that you recognize that tie because of the similarity in their names. It's hard when it comes to naming. I don't think that there's a right answer. It's more art than science in a lot of ways. As long as you're careful not to alienate your audience by making the words unpronounceable. As long as you have the occasional, you know, Black Wall, Defiance Bay, um, you know, Green Forest, names like that. Even Deerwood, I think, is probably reasonable. As long as you mix that in with your crazy diacritics and unpronounceable terms, it should be fine. Oh, there's a lot of people here. Holy shit. Need to talk to any of them?
Many blessings, traveler.
Merchant. I've got what you need. Oh yeah, Propagable. I did the same thing when I did D&D for the first time. All of my like names for things were like fancy elvish terms, and it was impossible. Like nobody remembered anything. You know, they wouldn't say, you know, let's go back to Harnumendor. They go like, let's go back to that Black Forest. So then I learned like just call it the Black Forest. If it's a Black Forest, just call it that. Your players will remember better. This place is just a bunch of shops. No more than 3 syllables. Yeah, for sure. It can be a bummer. I mean, it restricts what you can do. Like you'll notice, I think that it's intentional, but most of the names in the Game of Thrones series, like Song of Ice and Fire, are pretty easy to remember because they're constructed that way. You have King's Landing, the Wall. But when you go to Essos, where Daenerys spends most of her time, particularly when they visit Marine, it becomes really hard to remember any of the characters' names because they're so fantasy-y. And I believe that's intentional. It's supposed to kind of simulate the confusion the characters would have from being in, you know, being Westerosi, but visiting a very different area.
Many blessings, traveler.
Tell me about your craft. Hi, Ben.
Estremor.
Engaloa Timizillion. God, what's that from, Acrolith? Is that Forgotten Realms? I don't know my Forgotten Realms lore well enough. Damage restores endurance. That's actually pretty good. Might want to get that for Paladin. Let's see. Oh, it's kind of frustrating that the comparison keeps popping up like that. Well, I make that not happen. Okay, that's better. Strike hard. Rating speed exceptional. Convert graze to hit, exceptional stunning, spell striking. Spell striking? Oh, once per encounter. Good when you crit though, that's kind of cool. Yeah, I can hear that, Leon. That makes me broke, though. Do I really want to buy that? I want to see what everybody else is selling first. Do they have any good, like, dark sea? Perception +2. Talk to some other people first.
Hail Estramor.
Iscariot's a good name. I like it. Oh yeah, that I love doing that. I love ripping off names from media that I like, or just like slightly modifying it. Everybody does that too. Everybody does it as either as a direct homage or. Wakfu, Nox, and Grogaloragrin. Yikes. So they sell kind of okay armor and looks like some traps and stuff. I kind of want that club, but I think I need more money before I really approach it. We'll come back to that shop later. I had Biggs and Wedge in my D&D game. What's fun with doing that, or even like, you know, there being a character named Sam, and like a fat, friendly character named Sam who's a bit of a coward at the beginning in Game of Thrones. Like, you already intuit something about this character from the name that Gurm decided to give him because of your assumed familiarity with Lord of the Rings. Then his two friends are kind of like Merry and Pippin. Oh, they're the buddy characters. I get it. It's sort of like conveyance through naming. That's why you won't often see like the big bad evil guy, the villain from your story, is infrequently named something like Bob. They often have a name that sounds threatening. It can be nice to subvert that trope occasionally, but it's done for the same reasons that we have narrative tropes in the stage way back in the day, you know, where people were sitting really far away, they couldn't necessarily hear everything, so having somebody dressed up as like a Snidely Whiplash character, you can assume a lot without having to spend a lot of time doing expensive exposition and backstory. Someone's got a top hat and a twirly mustache, you know, okay, that's the bad guy. I can figure that out. Fine weapons? I'm not sitting in any... Oh, you mean like stuff that I could sell, Spiky? I didn't think about that. Alright, I'll roll back real quick. I'm sitting on a ton of essentially vendor trash. I forgot that I could sell items in this game. Nice, Private Evil.
Builder's wisdom to you.
Yeah, I like to borrow from Christian and Judeo mythology, and Norse mythology is a good one. I have a tutorial character named Snorri. People who are savvy will get it. Okay, we want to sell shit, right? Get ready for ClickFest. I'm going to sell everything that's not yellow or potentially helpful. It's like playing Diablo, except instead of clicking the Rift Guardian. Thank you, Ben. Appreciate that, buddy. We don't want to sell the grimoires. Leave those alone. Start selling this crap now. It's Ben walking on my keyboard. All right, selling all this junk. 18,000 copper pieces. Sounds good, Peter. And then let's do the same for all other crap. Oh, awesome, sir. Yeah, I like the unpronounceable name trope. That's a fun one. They do it in like Mario RPG. Like Gino's name is it's heart music note exclamation point question mark. So when I was a kid, I always read it as love. But you can call me by the toy's name, Gino. They do that in what do you call it? Futurama as well, right? The Neblonians' true names. Enchantment? Enchantment. Probably not gonna mess around with selling any of this stuff. I know that the point is to sell this stuff, but I worry that it's gonna come up in a crafting recipe that I'm never going to do. Goofy paranoia. Alright. Oops, nope, don't want that. Nope. Alright, now I can buy this. The Paladin. When I was a kid playing Final Fantasy IV, I'd never seen the word Paladin before, and I thought it was pronounced Paladin, like rhyming with Aladdin. Interesting, Spiky. I think what's my favorite dragon name. I haven't played Skyrim, but the main dragon is named Alduin, right? Which I like that for a dragon's name because it's very straightforward. It sounds like it would be the name of a regular Joe. I don't know why they get so crazy because like your fantasy dragons, like traditional mythological dragons, tend to not be that crazy. You know, Bahamut or Bahamut, if you want to be semantically asinine, pedantic. There we go. Tiamat's pretty short. Helm's Reach. It's an old mythological dragon name that's super long. So I've never done anything in Shadowrun. Shadowrun's like it's like cyberpunk fantasy. Is that right? It's like in the future, but and it's kind of like post-apocalyptic, but it's with fantasy, so there's like magic and dragons and shit. Soul was Saul. I remember reading the Bible when I was like 6, and for whatever reason I had never seen the word naked spelled out. Like I knew the word naked, but never seen it spelled out. So when I was reading like Genesis, I kept thinking that it was this word naked. That was like an old-timey way to pronounce naked or spell naked. I was like, oh, I'm an idiot. Oh man, Spiky, that's amazing. I want that system in every game. I want a game that tells you straight up you can sell stuff safely. Like you don't need to keep a copy of every single item. What is it? Dragon Quest VIII is pretty bad about that, where you don't want to sell anything because you eventually use almost everything in the crafting pot, even the shitty starting gear.
Hail, Estramor.
Yeah, Smaug. Instead of smog. I pronounced it as smog as a kid. And it's not Sauron, it's Sauron. At least, Tolkien is pretty consistent with his pronunciation rules, though. I like the U's in words. Some words look really stupid if you don't put the U in them. Like savior looks like savoir if you don't have a U in it. Color looks better with a U as well. It's interesting to think about like the aesthetics of words and their spelling. Does any of you guys, are you or do you know anyone who's a synesthete? They have synesthesia. I worked with somebody, I used to work at this package shipping company, and one of the guys I worked with had grapheme color synesthesia, which meant that certain letters, like every letter of the alphabet and every number, every digit, had an associated color in his mind. So like A looked like it was pink, B looked like it was purple or whatever. And it was really cool because it meant that he could easily tell if a word was misspelled because the color looked wrong. I remember one day I figured out that he was a synesthete because he was trying to explain this way that he did this weight tracking sheet for our packages, and he was like, well, the first column is yellow, the second column is blue, and the third column is green. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? The first column is yellow. This is a black and white piece of paper. What do you mean? He's like, oh, you don't see it that way? Like, no, I don't. You can read about it if someone wants to post the Wikipedia link for synesthesia. It's a really cool concept. I think it's kind of induced by taking certain drugs, but some people just have it naturally. There's some speculation that some of the great musicians had some sort of synesthesia where they would see sound. Yeah. I unfortunately don't have anything like that. Dropping U from words was a political move by Daniel Webster after the American Revolution? Whoa, Six Gun, you just dropped a history bomb on me. What's the deal with that? He was just trying to distinguish the Americas from the UK? Thanks, Game Saucer. Associate words with textures. Interesting. That's really cool. Yeah, there's probably some really subtle synesthetic effects that everyone have, but that it would be impossible to put into words because it couldn't occur to you that other people wouldn't experience it the same way you do. So you go your whole life having this weird association in your brain that you don't know is just automatic, that other people don't see the same way. It's like asking, how do we know that what I see as red is what you see as red? We don't. Pretty cool stuff.
I'll get it open.
Pick all these locks for the XP.
Finished.
Don't actually have to steal the stuff inside of them.
I'll get it open. Finished.
Since that's not going to happen with so many people in here. There's a lot of people in this town. Holy shit.
What brings you here?
Didn't want the independent U.S. to be speaking the King's English. They produced a new dictionary establishing new American spellings. I didn't realize that was dictated, Six Gun. I thought that it was a kind of a natural evolution thing. That's crazy. You ain't the boss of me. Yeah, synesthesia definitely sounds like one of those woo-woo, non-scientific things that people believe in, but it is an established thing. Hey, Ben. Are you some... Hi, Ben. Can't play the game when you're walking from my monitor, buddy. What's the Blood Sands? Oops. An ancient place of sacrifice in a cave by the great elms. Your life has held its own against the foreigners because some of us still understand the power of sacrifice. Yikes. Does that make you uncomfortable? It should. Oh, that's cool. So because I've been particularly benevolent, I have a reputation for, I guess, not liking human sacrifice. And it changed the conversation a little bit there. You don't seem fond of us, Gaijin. No, the foreigners seem to think they'll find a cure for their empty children among our sacred sites. Yeah, probably going to find something to do with those machines since they're so ancient and the Glenfinthans are guarding the Anquith and ruins. They're only trying to save their children. Yeah, he raises a good point. We don't want to make their kids turn into soulless babies, but they don't have any evil machines out here, so. Oh yeah, that makes sense, Propagable. That's a very reasonable test to run. That's one of my favorite things to think about. Like, you know, suppose some phenomenon, like how do we write tests to determine whether the phenomenon is a thing or not? I got into the mindset of like writing test cases when I worked at Chase. I was a test manager, and it's really cool how that manner of thinking applies to just about everything. You basically just try to break everything down into black and white, on and off scenarios. Send her back to her family. What's a bog child? Nothing but respect for Fisher Crane. Oh, they're people who literally live in a bog. I thought that there was something more to that. Dwarven Kingdom of White March. So that's the expansion. Involves a dwarf. I feel like I've seen very few dwarves in the main game campaign. Unless if I just haven't noticed that they're dwarves, or maybe their dwarvenness hasn't really been a part of the plot. I do have to say that something I like about this game is that it's unusual in fantasy for it to not be this kind of focused racial politics. There's so many fantasy games like, oh, okay, it's the elves versus man, or it's the elves teaming up with man, or it's the dwarves doing this. And here it's like race is sort of incidental. It's more like the nations, which sometimes have more of one race than another, but it just seems like it's really easy to group people that way, and I like it more. I think it's more interesting when it's more of a political thing. Hey, Nikki, thanks for the follow. Welcome. It's good to have you. Awesome, Propagable. Hey, Courtney. How you doing? Do I steal a baby soul? What's the catch? I'll help you. I should kill you for this. I don't know why I would even select that. Yeah, I'm good. Fetch the Orlin child from my house in Hearthsong. Might not worry about it today, we'll see. Saw you speaking with my father. What's this about? You sure that Olaf's your father? Do you have another idea? There's an herbalist among the that's Golden Grove. Could brew a poison. Simak would know the difference until it's too late. There's the family resemblance. Okay. Now why not just return the child to her birth parents? Oh, they do fostering. I really like that. It took me a while to understand the politics of it, and Game of Thrones, where like the different major lords would send their children off to be fostered by other houses so they could like intermingle and learn a little bit more. So most like people weren't raised by their parents in the noble houses. I think that actually happened in history, right? Because Gurren borrows a lot from history. It just that idea had never crossed my desk before reading Song of Ice and Fire. You to murder your father? Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, if Simak dies, you're next in line. I've already determined my soul isn't strong enough. Oh, that's cool, so it's not hereditary. I think I'd rather poison the dad, the violent dad, than the little kid. Golden Grove, good luck. Fostering kids to maintain a truce was a real thing. Right. Oh, and using it as a hostage thing more so, right? That one definitely makes sense. Like, I won't attack you because you have my kid, technically. That's what Theon is in Game of Thrones. He's a hostage of the Starks to keep Balon Greyjoy in line. Thank you for posting that link, Leon. I love that. I know exactly the article that is. It's really, really cool. Using information external to the game to inform the players. Well, they argue that they did it for non-hostage reasons in Song of Ice and Fire. I imagine that's always a thing.
Hail Estramor.
Who leads your order? I should go. Full of Commander Shepard. Golden Grove. Isn't there an herbalist here? I might just skip the quest. I don't think it's the main series quest, is it? Seek with the Delagan, Terry, everyone search. That's up here. Just hire a tutor, I see. I guess there's always, like, the hostage implication, even if you're good friends.
You have stayed true to our cause, Inquisitor, when so many others have not. For every heretic we confess, for every betrayer that burns
alright, so I'm gonna reveal my ignorance of Pillars of Eternity, but my understanding is we're in this fantasy universe.
But not you.
Where
I underestimated
reincarnation is a thing, and there's a flow of souls, sort of like the life stream in Final Fantasy VII. So when somebody dies, for a new person to have a soul, it has to be transferred. My character is a Watcher, capital W, which means that I have insight into souls. I can, like, see the past lives of people and see things about their memories. Kind of a neat power. And one of the main mysteries at the beginning of the game is that there's this thing called the Hollowborn. Basically, these children that are born without souls, which causes all sorts of problems for them. And we've recently found out that the Hollowborn are caused with these soul siphoning machines that have been turned on. They're these ancient machines that were used for some ill purpose way back in the day. And this guy you can see on the screen, Theos, is very likely the big bad. He has something very much to do with the turning on of these machines and me being awakened as a Watcher. Is that a good TLDP? Or does anyone have any, like, additional details to fill in?
It is not for honor that I summoned you today, but for duty. Too many of our own have confessed upon the wheel and the rack and the flame. Too many of our faithful have had their minds poisoned by the Kratom witch. The tide is against us now. We have but one option. Iavara's following must see her exposed for what she is.
So right now, when you see this like purple on-screen flashing effect, that means I'm having a Watcher vision. This big bad guy I'm talking to isn't actually here.
Not in Kratom, surely. Their lord has embraced her heathen faith and protects her with his army. But in Oceanus, things would be different. The king of Oceanus is a sinful
I still don't really know what Theos's goal
ways,
is, why he's going around doing the stuff he does.
He would
He's just been creating chaos at the moment.
You have already done much for the Inquisition. I wouldn't ask this were there any other choice.
So he's not talking to me. This is me remembering someone in the past interacting with Theos. And we still need to figure out, like, we know that the machines are what are keeping souls from re-entering the life stream, so to speak. But we don't know why those machines were built. Clearly this ancient civilization that made them was using them for some purpose. The Angwithans, they must have... Maybe they had, like, magic trains that ran on soul juice. Who knows? That's a mystery still to be solved. Two identical women seem to fade into view as they move away from the great trees. Camouflage them. Oh, that's cool. Their skin is tree bark, ridged and scaly, wreathed in a curling tangle of roots, buds, and blooms.
Turn around, flesh creature. Outsiders are not permitted to approach the elms.
I have permission. An ancient soul, like the other one. I wonder who the other one is.
So it would seem, Rhiannon. But we must not hasten to judgment. I see a different motive here. Different questions in these eyes.
Now, when Theos has been talking to our past life, has he been talking to like one specific past life that we had? Or like, are we associated with Theos across multiple past lives? Plural. Seek a man who came through here.
Really, sister? And you wonder why your leaves begin to fall out before midsummer. Clearly that man did not want to be followed. Whatever the relationship here, I suspected anything but cordial.
I'm still a little foggy on the way reincarnation works in this universe. Like I'm kind of foggy on reincarnation in general, just as an idea. Like to me, the traditional reincarnation, you know, not the Buddhist take on it, is that it doesn't really matter. It's just basically there's this unit, the soul, and sure, maybe you're reincarnated from a past life, but like the actions of your past life has no bearing on what you are right now. Maybe that's not true because you're a watcher. Like you actually have those memories and they do impact you. It's not just, you know, I got Bob's soul. It's just, you know, Bob's soul would have been just as good as Steve's soul, or just as good as Mary's soul. No, it actually does matter that it was Bob's soul and that will influence my life path.
The answer is yes, Old One. We crossed paths with Theos not long ago.
Yeah, right, Leon.
I can't tell you where he went. But I find it curious that anyone would seek him out. Suspicious even.
I have a problem, and he's the one who can fix it.
We would know why.
It's Edwin's legacy.
So that is the reason he passed this way. This is low, even for the Leaden Key.
Wydwin's legacy is the hollow-born babies who don't have any souls.
You should have confronted him, Sheila. He has always been a poison. It would have been the last thing we ever did, sister. Who can be said to have ever gotten the better of Theos? Yes, but imagine how much fun...
Are these people like super old? The only thing I don't have an intuition for in the Pillars of Eternity universe is like the lifespan of different peoples. Like, can I... How old should I assume Theos is? Is he like hundreds of years old? Thousands of years old?
But that's not what this is really about, is it? You are bound to that man. I see it now. You
Oh, okay. So I'm not just stupid. It actually is kind of up for debate. That's helpful.
Deep, now wells to the surface. Past overwhelms present, closes in around you. Your time
Interesting.
has nearly reached its end.
So it's not like karma. It's not like if you have a really good, luxurious life that you're spending karma and your next life's going to be sucky. Like you could just have a soul that each time it inhabits a person, it could be good. I don't know. It feels like it's less RNG. The best word I could use to describe it.
I'm sorry to tell you this, but Theos cannot give you what you seek.
But wouldn't that kind of blow to get punished for something that happened in a past life?
An awakening cannot be undone, any more than your past can be undone.
We do not come down this road together, but refuse passage by a pair of talking saplings. So we're saying Theos specifically, not a past life of Theos, but like that actual guy was alive 2,000 years ago. And okay, here's where I'm confused. Is Theos unusual in that he's potentially 2,000 years old? Or is he like actually a race that I'm not recognizing that is expected to live that long? I bet if he's that old, maybe he's an Angwithan.
The soul is formless.
I interpreted
without
Angwithans
past
as being like a
Did you truly expect
nation
Thales
rather
to
than a
wipe them away?
race. But maybe it's like the Nephilim in the Bible that grew to be super old. Be able to wipe it away. Rather try to put things right.
However, as much as my sister speaks truly that there is no way back
He's
from
an anomaly.
awakening,
Great.
there
On
may
board,
be a
thank
way
you.
Forward. Would you agree, Shiva?
I would. Were the way not so likely to end in death.
Yeah, I guess actually not being able to it's difficult for me to intuit the race of characters in Pillars of Eternity in a way that I don't have that problem in other games. Because that not everyone has a portrait and you spend a lot of the game pretty far zoomed out and the individual models don't look terribly different from each other unless if it's one of those people that has like fire for hair. Like, okay, I can tell that that person, isn't human. But I can't really tell the Orlin apart at a glance, even the dwarves and the elves. Yeah, I need a portrait or I need to zoom in really close.
The man Theos you must already know by now. You are linked by a common past.
Could you be an elf Angwithan
Something
or an
about
Orlin
it lingers
Angwithan, or
within
were they
you,
all
festering,
humans?
Unresolved. What it is I cannot see any more than you. And without that knowledge, your doom is certain.
I love the word doom as like a synonym for fate instead of just like as a
But were you
bad
to learn
fate.
the source of this discord, perhaps it could be put to rest. Though it is equally possible it will
It's
trouble
developed
you
a
as
negative
much now
connotation.
as it did then, and merely speed your condition to its end. You might wait for it to come on its own, of course, but when it comes, it will replace your sanity's last breath. Such is the nature of your condition.
That's a really cool line. I love the writing in this game, man.
Or you could learn it from someone who already knows.
Lots of really great, solid lines.
It is said the gods made his memory perfect, that he may never forget his charge. If he ever knew, he still does.
I can do narrative pretty well, but I can't do the clever turns of phrase.
Not that he would tell you, of course.
Trying to think of an author who's like really good at turns of phrase, but bad at narrative.
You have followed
It's usually
right
the
person
reverse.
For the wrong reason, it seems. We see it often beneath the elms. The soul dragging mind and body to unknown places for unfathomable reasons. You may have wandered into Theos' path many times, in many lifetimes, without an awakening to show you why.
This is just a regular census otherwise, Six Gun.
The only thing that's certain is you did not find what you sought.
He has gone down beneath the tower to a place older than we, where the people of Engwith once walked. He makes his way to the buried city, Sun and
Ooh,
Shadow.
man. I am all over a place called the Buried City, and then also called Sun and Shadow. That's great.
May he stay down there and rot with the remains of his people.
Oh shit, look at that. I expected that he was an Angwithan right before they revealed it. That means Obsidian is good at what they do.
He may yet. He won't be returning the way he came, that much is certain.
That or
Open a
they
secret
told me that
path in
already and I'm
time
just an
and
idiot for not realizing it till
and saw
now.
it destroyed behind him through some vile means.
The twist in most BioWare games I tend to expect right before it's officially revealed, which I think is a well-written twist. Where it's not just something that randomly happens that flips everything on its head. It's something that they've been planting the seeds on. My favorite one is, I won't tell you what the twist is because we haven't played it on stream yet, I don't want to spoil it, but there's a really cool twist in Star Wars Knights of the Republic that if you're paying attention in the game, you'll probably figure it out about 10 minutes before they officially reveal it, and it feels really good. Oh, yes, Game Saucer. That's a perfect example. Yeah, the narrative of Hitchhiker's Guide is kind of stupid. I know that's blasphemy, but it is. I love Douglas Adams, I love Hitchhiker's Guide, but I think the reason I love it is I love his little turns of phrase, which is why I'm glad when they did the movie, they had the narrator on top of it, because it just wouldn't work, it wouldn't be funny if you didn't have his little quips all over the place. But I think it's just an argument to not make it into a movie or a TV show. Like, you have to read it, because the joy is getting from quip to quip.
We We know of one. On the burial isle, through the court of the penitents, Braeth Yaman. A short
I've never read a Stephen Donaldson book. What kind of books does he write? Oh, that's awesome, Six Gun. Man, y'all, so these Glenfithans have this goofy naming structure for everything. They've got diacritics everywhere. And they apparently guard the remnants of the Angwithans, who named everything very reasonably. Like, there's the Sun Under Shadow, and the Burial Isle, and the Court of the Penitents. I guess it's on Braeth Yaman.
Don't be cruel, sister. The way my sister speaks of is not for the faint of heart. A great pit at the center of a forgotten court, where faiths were judged in place of crimes. To most, it is simply a gateway to death. With the help of the gods, it can take you where you want to go.
What do you mean with the help of the gods?
The pit is said to have been a means of judgment by the gods. Those cast into it are meant to die. It is that way you must pass to reach Sun and Shadow. The court is old. We do not know much for certain, but it would seem only the gods themselves can grant passage.
Hey, Sir Anderson,
No
how you
more than
doing?
a ruin now. It is older than we, a place for the trial of heretics. We were not here to witness it, but at one time there was a group that refused to acknowledge the gods. Neither the first nor the last, of course, but these were numerous and all put on trial for it. Those who did not repent were cast into the pit and imprisoned below. The fall killed them, of course. The prison was not for people but for their souls, and their sentences were eternal.
That's interesting.
It is said that many
Game
of the
Saucer.
condemned repented and were permitted by the gods to ascend from the pit, so long as they pledged their service.
Oh, I love theme naming.
But these are old legends. Behind us is Ter Evron, said to pierce
Oh,
the
that's an
shroud
interesting
itself,
idea.
and a place of communion with all gods. If ever there was a time for prayer, you have found it.
Not the only way. Just the only one that doesn't end with your body impaled on jagged
Whoa, Rienwin. I guess she hasn't been talking very much to be that straightforward. Who would I pray to? Any god you
I
can.
would pray first to those gods you like best. I hope for your sake.
How do I
Ter
pray?
Evron is also called the Hall of Stars, and the stars show us the
I guess I should
elements
pick a
of
god.
gods.
I didn't play
When
a
stars are
paladin
in
or a
conjunction, we know
cleric,
the gods they represent
so they're
align
delaying that
together.
decision.
You should choose a place to pray where you'll be closest to those you want to hear you. If a god stands alone, you should pray to that god. If they band together, you should address them all. Choose your words wisely, for all gods expect proper homage, and none has patience for fools.
Hmm. Interesting.
Before you go, tell me this, old one. I'm curious. If you were to subdue your enemy, what would you do with him? What would give you peace?
I like the idea of set him on a better path. That's kind of unusual, right?
The best path for him is the one that leads to a hungry dragon.
He has had thousands of years to set his mind. I would not be so sure I could change it. All the same, think on this matter. Be assured in your course.
I really like that concept.
In the end, it may mean all the difference, not just to his soul, but to yours. And be warned. Some questions have answers that can never be learned.
It's actually
And it is
a
those who
remarkably
trouble the soul
unusual
all
trope,
others.
the like redemption of the big bad. Think about how often that actually happens. I think that's why people like Star Wars so much. Or it's, well, there's lots of reasons why people like Star Wars, but
May you
I don't know.
find
I really
answer
love that
to
about Return of the
yours.
Jedi. And it's fairly unexpected.
Did you hear that? About our awakenings being permanent?
I almost feel like the prequels, just in concept, even putting down on paper what Anakin Skywalker would have been like, whether it had been done well or not well, kind of robs the the drama of that scene in Jedi. That's really cool. Avatars of archetypes trying to regain their godly powers. Like, you mean like Jungian archetypes, like the trickster, the mother, the old man, that kind of thing? Oh, yeah, like the fool. There we go. Yes, that's what you were talking about. Kana, it's on you, buddy. All right, we need to look at the encyclopedia and understand the gods really quick, since they're going to make me make a decision. I don't want to just make it randomly. So, encyclopedia, deities. Abaddon is the smith god. It got a golems, machines, industry, strength, hope, and aspiration. I'm a fan of this guy. It's going to take a human form, but then somehow killed. Barath, the god of death, cycles, doorways, mortality, and inevitability. You hear that slamming sound. That's Marty trying to get out of a cabinet that he's stuck in. If it goes on much longer, I'll have to go let him out. Don't really care for Barath. Aethys is like the Yahweh / Jesus god. Galawain, god of the hunt, assassin's pursuit. Hylia, goddess of the sky, birds. I wonder if that's an intentional homage. Invention, language, and the arts. Cool idea. Don't really care for Mogren. Goddess of oceans, forgotten things. I love the combination of ocean, forgotten things, loss, relentlessness, and mourning. Wasn't it? I could have fun just designing like weird combinations of domains for deities in fantasy settings. Just do that, make your little cast of gods, and let the rest of the world flow from that. Yeah, I completely agree, Acrolith. Like, episode 1 could have been part of the scrolling text. Somebody did a What If the Prequels Were Good video series on YouTube that kind of implies that. What if we just skipped Phantom Menace, essentially? There are good ideas there, they're just not executed well, and the poor execution is pretty much a result of George Lucas having no one telling him no one coming in to edit. God of entropy, cold, winter, bad luck, famine, and natural disaster. And Aurochs is like a prehistoric giant ox. Do I have to make any decisions yet? Okay. I still would like to read these. Why would you worship this asshole? Secret hatred, covert plots, resentment, and envy. Whale. Secret revelations, illusions, cryptography, obfuscation, perception, dreams, and visions. Wadka. So I think I like Wadka, Whale, Abaddon, and Hylia. If I had to pick, if it forces me to pick one, I'll probably pick Abaddon. Who has a really like evil sounding, practically like a demon name for being the god of golems and blacksmiths and stuff. A Dipsomancer. That's kind of fun. Well, that's a lot of books. Are they all books about the different gods that I'm about to make a decision on? Yes, I believe that's true. So this is if you don't want to look in the encyclopedia. That's interesting. Luminescent address shard. Yeah. So you can make that decision there by reading each of the god books. Hey, thanks for the follow. Welcome, Annie. How you doing? Okay, there's certain ones I'm not allowed to pray to. Barath. Rimgan. Yeah, I can't go to the one that I want to do. What's that all about?
I'm ready.
Yeah, 'cause I want to do Abaddon, but
I'm ready.
not interactable. Huh. Well, I guess in that case, of these, Hylia is the one that I like the most. Huh. Interesting. I wonder why. Oh god. That should be Abaddon. That should be Barath. It could be Life's Song, right? Master Joke. Shut your eyes to pray. Oh, they're grouped together? I see. Wolves, Orlins, and assorted other kith. Ringing the entire scene is a fringe of trees, their verdant branches filled with birds of all different colors, shapes, and sizes. I'm supposed to feel at home here. Really? Everyone is absorbed in a particular pursuit. Orlin sits with a canvas, a paintbrush. Gotcha. I guess it makes sense for me to pick Hylia as a chanter too. Something must be coming. Tease glance at the trees, just barely distracted from their activities, but the wind picks up, scattering their pages of poetry and ripping the songs from their lips. Dark shape blots out the sun. Yikes. Fills the sky. That explains the birth. Thanks, Ader. I guess they mentioned that the golem had potentially died, right? Like he couldn't do Aethys on there either. It's cool. Restore my temple. Interesting. And it said that I could pray to multiples or just pick one. And is that going to show up as a main series quest? Council of Stars. Earn divine favor. Oh, I could do multiple of them. The leader of the mountaintop temple was set by a terrible man. Okay. Interesting. That's really cool.
Gather your party before venturing.
So I'm guessing Act 4 is the dungeon that's beyond there. Like this Act 3 is getting access to it. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Depending on whether you want to 100% the game or not. I guess I wouldn't pick that just for flavor reasons. Blood Sands. I'm gonna bother with that actually. Song District. Hey, Aloth has stuff to say.
If those Delamgon are right, you and I are stuck with our awakenings. Not quite the news I was hoping for. Yes, focus on the goal. A sensible perspective, particularly in the
That's
midst
right,
of
it's a
such
sensible
uncertainty.
perspective.
And while I hate to turn the subject back to myself, this all has me thinking about Isilmir. I'm stuck with her now.
Aloth has like multiple personality disorder, but I think that it's described as being a soul deficiency or a soul illness. Isilmir is like a foul-mouthed, roguish woman.
I suppose not, but Hope is an unchaste mistress.
That's a good line. Hope is an unchaste mistress. She could be a source of strength if you learn to work
It's
with her.
strange. I've lived with her most of my life, and I've always seen her as an adversary. It should have occurred to me the day she stood up to my father.
Some lip therapy.
But there's something about being too close to a situation to see it clearly. It will be a relief to stop fighting her.
So Hope sleeps around. Hope rides alone. Da 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 da. I keep waiting on the Proto Men to put out Act 3. Let's see. We'll need that kind of guidance. You don't.
You don't think
That's
so,
what I was gonna say.
It's a comfort to imagine that all we've gone through has been for something. But it leaves me wondering where we'll be, where everyone else will be, when we finally track down Theos. That reminds me of something else the Delamgon said. About the gods not being real.
They did tell us to pray to the gods, so they can't be entirely true. I really like that idea, though.
Yes, I suppose so. Still, I can't help but worry at the state we'd be in if that were somehow true. If there were no power guiding us in this life and shepherding us to the next.
I don't like any of these answers. I don't like this answer at all. This one is probably the closest to what I feel as the player. I really don't like that answer. And this is kind of smarmy. We'll go with this one. They missed an opportunity.
I hope you're right.
Yeah, so I always hear the story of like Pandora's box, right? And they're like, oh, you know, she opens the box and all these evils are released from the world, and she closes it just in time and traps one thing in the box. And that's the last ray of hope. Everyone tells that story like, isn't that so great? Is that there's hope? Like, no, there isn't hope. She trapped the hope in the box. God. It's horrible. Everything is awful. I think I heard the Pandora's box story for the first time in Final Fantasy VI. Banon tells a version of it to Terra. So when I actually heard the the mythological story, I'm like, oh yeah, it's like Final Fantasy VI. That must be where they got that idea. Alright, we got here. Whoa. Dude with a bear. Green trails to you.
We can't stay down here.
That's a really cool thing to
must
say
go
to
the
someone.
nest eventually.
My friend Kat has like the best way to describe just general well wishes to someone, I think, and it's to say, I might not ever see that person again. They're not that close of a friend, but I like them in general, and I hope that all their lights are green. Like all their stoplights are green. I think that's a good well wish. Green trails to you is kind of the same idea. I think if I exit up here, it'll take me right to burial. No, I have to go southwest. Weirdly specific about that. Whoa. Ghost shit. What's that all about? It looked like people being tortured? I couldn't really tell. Ripple sponge? Oh, it's like Sponge cocaine. What the hell? You crash. But you can stop the crash if you take it again. Are there lots of drugs in this game? Like I saw the marijuana one. I've stayed away from consumables because they give me consumable anxiety. We'll see how that works. We did the Final Fantasy 15 demo yesterday and it seems like spells are consumable. Like, well, I guess that means I'm not going to be casting magic in Final Fantasy 15. Veskel. Welcome to Noonfrost. Most of the temples currently closed for sacred ceremonies. Ah, so if I had picked Reimergund, I could have done this one. The White Winds. Yeah, that's the Arctic place that my character comes from. Out of cold, entropy, and collapse. Many see him as a harsh god. Recognize he also gives life in his own way. All things wind to a merciful end. Shadow, only to feed creation elsewhere. That's a really cool idea. It's almost like the whole Spartan ideal. Or like the Krogan ideal. It's harsh, but people are challenged in the harshness and rise up and become stronger for it. Is there a... I'm guessing that there's an NPC companion for each of the potential classes you can play as, right? Chill hovers over the frozen lake, draining the air. I know that there's the hirelings you can get and customize. I mean, like voice acted, portraited characters. Are there any portraited characters that like double up that are like two characters from the same class, or is it one per class?
Many blessings, traveler.
It's a sacred place for it sits upon the great works of builders, thereby our ancestors, all our Anumfaths are laid to rest. So Anumfaths is like leader, like prime minister. Oh, I have all the companions for the main game. Interesting. Well, that's good to know. I'm not gonna obsess about talking to every NPC as much. I guess is it likely that you would miss the grieving mother? She seemed like she was kind of like pseudo-hidden. Find the court.
This does look like Theos' kind of place.
And what does the flame reveal?
Oh yeah, Six Gun? No, I feel like I developed as a person from negative space. Like, a lot of my bad experiences in youth kind of shaped me into a better person, and maybe that's just trying to justify after the fact some shitty experiences and say it was actually worth it in the end when it really wasn't, but I don't know, I feel like I wouldn't, if I were to do it again, I wouldn't change a lot of things, because I like the person that I became out of some of those harsh times.
You're not getting through.
I know people who have never known harshness, and I guess I don't know very many people who have never known harshness who are good people, you know? It's had a life of absolute luxury. I guess it would depend on, like, how they're raised. Oh yeah, Durance. I forgot that he doesn't have a little thing pop up. Thanks, sir. I do like Durance. Maybe we'll do that after this combat here. Teleporting ghosts, man. Porting over town. Okay, actual physical harm. Yeah, I didn't really experience too much of that. I got pretty badly bullied in middle school. Like one time I was on a bus and reading a book, and someone's like, "What are you doing?" And I said, "I'm reading." And the kid was like, "Did you call me a bitch?" And he punched me in the face and caused my like top tooth to like go through my bottom lip. So I had several experiences like that in middle school that maybe I would remove those. I don't know if those really built my character very much. They were just a supreme bummer at the time. But yes, absolutely, Acrolith. It's hard to empathize with difficulties you haven't faced. There's also the problem of misattribution to skill. It's probably better attributed to fortune. Like, when everything's going right for you, and you are generally a decent person, and you work hard, it's really easy to say, oh, the reason things are going right for me is because I work hard. And people who have things going badly for them, it's not because they're unlucky, it's because they don't work hard enough. It's because they suck as people. And often it's, always it's a more complicated mix of the two. If things are going badly for you, it could partially be your fault, it could partially be luck. It's weighted in one direction or the other. Do you think resiliency is nature or nurture, Propagable? I think it's nurture. I think very little is nature at the end of the day.
I shall be discreet.
I think you are probably about the average individual, barring severe disability, is probably about 90% nurture. That if you took exactly the same genetic person and translated them into a different household, that you would have a completely different output at the end of the day, in most cases. The just world fallacy. Yeah, absolutely. Bad things happen to bad people, good things happen to good people. That's actually the main problem I see in people that have come from great privilege, is that the inability to empathize, to think that, they have earned everything that they have. And it's possible that they've earned a good chunk of it and that they've done well to sustain it, but people don't. I think one of the big things is people don't appreciate the value of a safety net. Having someone who can catch you if you fall. There are a lot of people out there in the world who don't have that. That if, the car breaks down this weekend, or the furnace stops working in the house, that they're just going to be financially ruined forever because they don't know anyone who can step in and help them out at the last second. Yeah, it's definitely more of a gradient. I still think that nurture is the lion's share of things, though. I don't like believing that anything is nature, like that gets fatalistic really quickly. And maybe maybe everything is fated to happen, Maybe the pathways in our brains dictate the way that we behave, and we don't actually have any control over it. If that's actually true, though, I don't want to believe that it's true, because it makes life less interesting. Oh, do we get a vision and combat? Where are we fighting? Let's see the actual enemies. Oh, are they over here? Oh, it's a ghost. A spooky ghost. Right, and it's difficult for them to even imagine that someone might not have that option, Yukiko. Yeah, no, absolutely, Acrolith. When you tell it to somebody, people can get defensive. It's an uncomfortable idea, is a good word to describe it. Yeah, no, I know, Sir Anderson, absolutely. If it is actually true, and I refuse to believe that it's true, then the reason is that I'm just wired that way to not believe in it. And that's okay. Oh, God. Today on twitch.tv/Marsted, provoking an existential crisis. No, you're good, Acrolith. I 100% agree with you. I think this is a good topic to discuss. I guess I haven't followed very many twin studies. Isn't it kind of rough, though? Like, you probably don't have a ton of data points with twin studies, right? Yeah. I choose to believe what I was programmed to believe.
Leave it to me.
Let me think about that. Privilege feels like a word that is assigned directly to a person, whereas advantage and disadvantage versus the environment. That makes sense. So, to that end, we advocate like maybe we shouldn't use the word privilege because it's like a label, something that might feel like an attack. Is it more PC to say advantage, disadvantage rather than has or doesn't have privilege? Yeah, I don't like the context of the word privilege these days. It stifles debate the way that it's used, particularly on the internet, where everything is hyperbolized, turned up to 11 for no reason.
Yes.
I think the focus in any discussion on privilege shouldn't be one about shame. It should be an effort to get people to empathize, develop empathy where... Well, I guess in some cases it is impossible to empathize. I cannot empathize with the plight of being a woman because I am not a woman. It is impossible for me. I can try to sympathize, which is my attempt to think about what it might be like, but at the end of the day, I'm not a woman. I turn up to 11 because 12 is broken.
You're not getting through me.
Yeah, if you guys didn't know, Leon and Six Gun are fraternal twins, right? Or are you guys identical?
Leave it to me.
Acrolith, I'm gonna have to hit my premature annihilator button. Once we start questioning whether there's free will, descent into nihilism. Oh, I'm so sorry, this doesn't usually happen to me. My whole thing is that, okay, maybe we don't have free will, but like, conversation stops once we assume that that's true. So I don't bother assuming it. I'm gonna have to try this one again. These enemies are pretty nasty. We'll see where it loads me to when I wipe here shortly. Ader seems to be doing pretty well. Actually, so is Pallegina with her OP armor. Could she lay on hands herself, as paladins are wont to do?
I'm stuck.
How's she doing? I might use enhance attributes. So many ghosts. Let's kill this one. Is this game rated T? I would expect by the number of F-bombs that it would be M. I just never looked at the back of the box. A little under-leveled for the place. Do you say the max level was 10? We're gonna have to heal in there. Let's do the Flames of Ocean. She doesn't really like to use them. The AI, again, not doing me many favors here. Say what you want about the tenets of National Socialism, dude. At least it's an ethos. God, I love that movie. think it's the only movie I've ever seen where almost every line in the film is quotable outside of context and still funny.
Almost!
Let's go.
Yeah, I know that feel. Kodiak. Not looking too hot over here. He's probably already used all of his moves, yeah. I feel like the three of them are going to finish them off. No, I'm with you, bro. Acrylithum just cracks me up. I would love to have a nihilism button. Just whack.
Ah.
At least it's an ethos, dude. You know, keeping an amphibious rodent inside the city limits. That's not legal either, dude. Are you a fucking park ranger now, Walter? Nice, Leon. Nothing means nothing. Only one man. Well. Alright, what we got going on at the Stronghold? Blackwater's Broken Tombs. We got Yikig Tomb Fragment? Is that... Oh. Only a few letters of a person's name. Okay, I was gonna wonder, is this like a randomly generated item name? More endurance, less health. Interesting. No other quests. Quick save. If you choose not to decide, you still have made a choice. You know, today is the 40th anniversary of Rush 2112. Amazing album if you haven't listened to it before. Okay, a bunch of people on stakes. That's exciting. This place does seem like the kind of place Theos would like.
Oh
my god, so many friggin' ghosts, man. Lay off on the ghosts. Four spells, or just cast one. Let's do another one of these here.
I'm stuck.
Let's do the debuff attack too, right? This one? Yeah.
Okay, Scott.
Hey, thank you for the follow, Peanut Butter. Tandoor yogurt popcorn. Oh, April Fool's Day? Yeah, I could hear that. Let's try to heal out of that. To use this to actually attack somebody. Endurance, my buddy. Do a Shining Beacon. Ghosts are weak against Shining Beacons. Try this teleport thing. Let's switch with Endurance.
Just like an adherent to Koda.
Nope, already dead. Let's try to heal. Not a big enough heal. Okay, Ichimon's almost down. You're gonna lay on hands yourself? It looks like you're already doing that. Yeah.
Almost! Freros,
Endurance is still almost down. Let's try doing another big heal here. Keep himself alive. We can try picking Endurance up. What's she doing? Do one more of these attacks if we can. Who's weakest? Should probably focus targets down. It's a little bit more tolerable. Do another big laser beam. Can she cast something useful? Summon the Phantom, maybe. Well, I like reducing damage reduction. That seems to be a problem with these guys. Okay, see ya, Ixie.
Leave it to me.
Almost.
Yeah, right, 6 gun. Let's see. Try pulling another heal here. Cool. Let's... Well, it's no... Ader is a friggin' super tank, man. I never really see him get very low on health. Yeah, if I wanted to go level up some more so that I'm not having so much trouble with these regular enemies. I mean, the other thing I could do is I could, let's see. I could drop the difficulty down to easy to keep progressing without having to grind a little bit, but is there a particular area where I do quests that give a lot of XP? I guess there's quests that I could probably do back in the Twin Elms area in general, right? Oh no. Absolutely not 6 gun. That's okay by me though. Or to have people who are down talk about that kind of stuff. Let's see. What is up? Why is Ader so tanky? Like, I would even think that the Paladin would be stronger. Maybe the Paladin gets better as she gets lower on health, so she looks like she's not doing as well, and Ader's just strong at full. He does have a weapon that's draining, so that helps. He's topped off. God. Don't be falling now. Let's get some endurance. Bounties at your keep. I'm sorry if you confirmed this earlier, I missed it. Is level 10 the max level, is that right? Things aren't looking good over here. Neighborhood. Fighter is the tank class. Oh, Pallies are tank plus support. Okay, that makes sense with their aura. She's gonna go down.
Let's go.
I think we can still finish them off with this group. Level 12, okay. Everyone's like level 8 right now? Something like that. I just noticed that these things inflict a frightened status effect.
Leave it to me.
Which was first, Pillars of Eternity or Path of Exile? Had you played other CRPGs like Baldur's Gate or Neverwinter or Icewind Dale or anything like that, Sir Anderson? It's definitely appealing to that kind of gamer. Alright, it's on you, Ader. You got this, buddy. I guess Elegina's up too. I'm glad we recruited her. Helps a lot to have the two of them. One of these days, if it hasn't already happened, someone's going to come up with the perfect name for a game, and they're not going to be able to use it because it shares an acronym with another game. Don't want to waste my camping supplies. I just did that. I think I'll go to we'll exit Burial Isle for now. Back to the Sun District. Yeah, that sounds about like the Baldur's Gate experience. You're gonna get a lot of overlap just because of the preponderance of like O for of. I guess you can avoid it sometimes by skipping the lesser words in your acronym. So if you wanted to make a game that was like, you know, Legends of Liars, you could call it LL instead of LOL and not run into that problem. That doesn't shock me, Serpent. Yeah, I guess they designed the content so that if you're running on a straight path to the main story quest content, let's try doing some bounties. That you'll hit the level cap towards the end of the game.
My mother-in-law's house was ominous.
If I were playing it like I was playing Mass Effect, though, I would have been level 12 a while ago. Well, I'm saying one can drop it and the other one doesn't. So Pillars of Eternity could be PE and Path of Exile could be PoE. That's an option to kick the can down the road from the whole acronym sharing issue. Oh, there's the Temple of Hylia. I might want to do that first. I didn't realize it was on the map already. I thought I had to search for it. Eye of the Beholder was a pretty sweet game. I haven't played Grimrock. I had Eye of the Beholder for the Super Nintendo. I never got very far in it as a kid. That'd be a nice one to actually beat on stream. I don't know if it qualifies as an awesome game, though. Okay, I wanted to come here. I'm worried that I'm going to get into some fights, though. I'm unwilling to use more camping supplies. Did they keep a mechanic just for nostalgia's sake without updating it? Some of the Dragon Quest games do that. Yeah, POV. There you go. Now you have 3 options to kick the POE can down the road. Yeah, I've heard good things about Grimrock 2. I think Hapax was talking up that game. Hey, it's a bear. A young bear. I like that you don't get XP from killing things in this. I think someone said you get XP for killing a type of enemy for the first time, but once you've killed your first ghost, they don't give you extra XP for killing more ghosts. That's a problem with this kind of game, especially if there's a finite amount of experience. It kind of punishes a stealthy playstyle. Oh, that's the worst propagable when they do that. Whoa. That's a lot of blood. Guessing I might be able to exit over here, not in the northeast. No, I haven't yet. Monster Hunter would probably end up being a den of some kind. Monster Hunter would probably end up being a sub-block game, unless if someone ever adds it to the voting spreadsheet, which knock y'all selves out. We'll see, though. It might be something that could be fun to do in lieu of Smash Brothers on a Wednesday if we don't have something else taking the slot. Right now, I'm going to be using the post-Mario Maker time on Wednesdays to try to wrap up Bravely Default before Bravely Second is released. Maybe after that, though, when Wednesdays become multiplayer days again, I'm interested in Monster Hunter. Is 4U, is that a good starting point for a noob to the series? Would you say the Monster Hunter games are each their own very different experiences, like, you know, Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 2, or is it more like Dynasty Warriors, where Dynasty Warriors 2 is the same thing as Dynasty Warriors 1, it's just a better version of it? 4 is a good starting point. Cool. That's a lot of dead shit. Apparently this thing had a past life. About to find out if we can handle this or not. They're pretty tall. Yeah, go for it, Darkstar. Fine. Oh, they're not so bad. No one's really taking significant damage compared to what was just happening with those ghosts.
That's it.
All the same. Gotcha. So play the most recent one, and then it's not super critical that you go back and play the older ones, it sounds like, for Monster Hunter. If you played the most recent one, you're getting the intended experience, so to speak. We got a lay on hands going on over here. Get Link's Awakening. Oh, we already used Holy Radiance. Right on. Well, that makes sense. Don't go down, main character.
Oh, come on, not like this. You're not getting through me.
Vertical fighting. Oh, that's awesome. That's really fun. Fighting styles are dictated by weapons in Monster Hunter, right?
I'd say it's time to get a campfire going.
So it's not like there's like wildly different boss mechanics from Monster Hunter to Monster Hunter. Like a dragon's a dragon's a dragon. It's just what capabilities you have as a character to handle them, I suppose. Corpse of a giant stealth bearer. Crawls and flies. Its flesh is in piercing cut of stabbed by spears and slashed by swords. Interesting. I guess animals have... So, did we describe this earlier? Animals have lesser souls in the Pillars of Eternity universe? Like picking a class in an MMO. Gotcha. There's like one part of Mass Effect that's an optional side quest you can do where you go to this like mirror-y orb on this planet, and it's this long like vision like this one. That's like one scene in Mass Effect 1, and it's all over Pillars of Eternity. I like it. That's really nice. I appreciate that. I wonder if it's because he's probably the first character that you recruit. I guess either him or Aloth, so it makes sense. They can expect that the player will... Oh shit, I should rest so the main character doesn't die. They can expect the player will have Ader in their party. It doesn't feel like it's a waste to record lines for him. Should be an exit up here somewhere, right? No? Expect a world map exit to Hylia's temple around here somewhere. Hard in the sense that you're like not leveled enough to handle it, or hard in the sense that like the mechanics are very difficult to manage? Definitely prefer difficult mechanics to like mathematical impossibility, if that makes sense. Monster Hunter is a timed affair too, right? Which can actually be a good thing. I know a lot of people who just never like time limits in games, but if you set a 10-minute limit on a fight, that can be useful from a game design perspective because it means that your players aren't going to sit there and just dink at it, you know, poke the dragon in the toe with a toothpick for 2 hours, they'll realize, oh, I can't do this in the time limit, I'll have to come back later when I'm stronger. Right.
Quethe silmes mitum.
Oh, 50 minutes. That's pretty long, but I guess if you like, you could tell pretty quickly within the space of 50 minutes whether that's enough time for you to win. Ah, I see. Pokken Tournament? Is this the Tekken game that uses Pokemon characters? Like, it can't possibly use all of the Pokemon, right? Just popped up on my Wii U gamepad.
That's not very helpful.
Low, high, and G rank. Oh, okay. I feel like I've played games in that model before. Oh, sure. Okay, I'm with you. So it is a kind of a math thing, not necessarily a mechanics thing. That's not always a problem, but...
All right, then.
Where have I seen that before? It's a really... It's a game on the tip of my tongue that's like that, where you jump a tier and you're still stuck with the last tier's gear, so you're bad for a little while. If everything's balanced as though you've already kitted yourself out in the new stuff. Oh, there's no XP. It's all gear drops? Are they like random? Is there any predetermination to it? Oh, I see. We talked about this a bit during Final Fantasy XIV a while ago, but I like RNG, but I like controlled RNG. So I like where, say you have a 1 in 100 chance of getting an item. I like games that make an effort to give you like a token, where if you collect 100 of those tokens, you're able to trade them in to get that same item. To kind of control for the RNG effect. So you can get really lucky and get it on your first kill and not have to worry about collecting the tokens. The problem with that is it starts to get unwieldy pretty quickly. Windblight is fighting this boar? Save the boar. You can get unwieldy when you have so many different kinds of tokens. Guild Wars 2 started to have that problem where there were just tons and tons of token types. To the point that it was almost silly. That's what you get, Elemental, for picking on a random boar. $5 or $6 per fight, I see. Desire sensor? I'll think about it. I have a Monster Hunter game. Might be the 3DS one.
Leave it to me. That's it.
Probably should pick up the Wii U one as well. Think about doing that. What Wednesday would it be? So if you guys want to prepare to play it, it would be Wednesday, April 20th. I could do Monster Hunter for you after Mario Maker, so it would probably be from 3 p.m. Pacific until the end of stream. It would be completely blind for me. I'll install it. Oh, are you serious, Propagable? Oh my god, I love Guild Wars. Like, I appreciate what they're trying to do with it. I was really tempted to drop Pillars of Eternity today and play Super Adventure Box, which apparently they brought back. It's my favorite thing about Guild Wars 2. 3 p.m. Pacific on the 20th. Yep, we'll revisit that when we get closer to the 20th. I think I should be able to make that work. Yeah, I guess a big problem with Guild Wars 2 is that it's one of those games... Guild Wars 1 had this problem too, where like, if you've been playing the game since launch and followed every update, then each of the things doesn't seem that overwhelming. It's not that big of a deal. But if you just try to start playing the game today, you're like, oh my god, what is all this shit? It's really intimidating. It's a problem with a lot of games, I suppose. I think League of Legends is probably in the same boat. Yeah, I was a big fan of the Tribulation mode that they added. I was pretty hardcore about Guild Wars 2 before... I don't remember what the update was. It was the end of the first Living Story. I stopped playing around Season 2 of the Living Story. I had all the achievements from every Living Story event, and I had every class to level 80. Yes. That was great. Oh, Gator's going down. Magic.
Hey.
You all it down.
Big fellas, enough!
Can't shake them. Look at all these wolves, these beetles are not screwing around, man. Alright, res off. You'll miss cast with these guys. You like a condition necromancer? I'm gonna do the charm. Reduce the incoming damage for a little bit here. Yeah, no, absolutely accurate. I think that what Magic does well is the whole standard format. At least somewhat limits the number of mechanics you have to deal with because you're working with fewer cards, right? So that's a pretty smart solution. But it's still the problem with Magic, I think, is that Magic feels like it's designed to be adjudicated by a computer. There's so many crazy steps that are happening all the time, technically behind the scenes in the rules, and all of that exists just so that you can react to things in real time. Like Hearthstone doesn't do that. You can't do anything on your opponent's turn in Hearthstone, and the game is significantly simplified as a result. But I think a lot of the complexity of Magic and the big barrier to entry is that there's all these rules that are going on behind the scenes because you're allowed to do things at any step during your opponent's turn. Nice, Moose Friend. Yeah, I like condition builds in games. It's fun.
Leave it to me.
That's not very helpful.
Dead on.
Maybe it's your Earthblight that's doing all this damage to Ader? Let's focus down this guy. Right. Yeah, as I was saying, that was standard. I'm glad they brought that to Hearthstone too. Hearthstone was getting unwieldy. The real issue with Hearthstone was less that the mechanics were getting unwieldy, it's just that they were running out of interesting design space at different mana levels. Like once you make the most badass, awesome 2-mana card in your second expansion, the only way you can top it is to just continually power creep the game. Yeah, no, it's interesting, right? It feels like it should be adjudicated by a computer, but it works better person to person because it's easier to just, you know, hand wave when you're skipping steps. Yeah, absolutely, Acrolith. Yeah, I really liked it too, Moose Friend. Like, your positioning was actually relevant.
You're not getting through.
A lot of MMOs don't do it that way, where you cannot run away from the enemy. You can't move out of their attack. Like, once the attack has started, you're taking the damage no matter what. Yeah, it was a bummer, Propagable. I think that games feel a lot more fluid and fun when the game doesn't force you to stop to do things. It can make an interesting decision when you have to decide whether you want to, you know, continue charging up your super move or move out of the way to avoid dying. That can be fun, but when you have to do it all the time, I think it's less interesting. Then you had the older MMOs that took it to the next level where even beyond that you had to stop to rest between every encounter. I love that about Guild Wars 2. Let's let's examine the area. So we could use that. Hammer and chisel. Barely accommodate a boat. Oh great, that was probably the bad decision. I think that was all generated based on our statistics. Alright, Hylia's Nest. Yeah, I don't know how you could do a better implementation of magic on a computer without having there being a really long time step in between turns. Because, right, I guess the problem is that a player eventually passes priority, I think is the term for it. And once that happens, you can't step backwards and take that back. Whereas in a real game, you can say, hey, wait, I wanted to do this before you take your turn. Do we want to go to Hearthsong? I assume there's an inn there somewhere. Yeah. I think it's better to go the other direction. Like, practice as a squishier class. This is gonna be the guy who built a super tanky character for Dark Souls and didn't have to learn a bunch of the fights as a result. Is it the home? Which one's the inn? Celestial Sapling, Passage of the Six. Oh no, it's just somebody's house. Never mind. Maybe they don't have an inn. Unless if you can do it inside the Passage of the Six. Oh, that's awesome, Propagable. Is the April Fool's joke from Blizzard? They're usually pretty good at April Fool's stuff. Let's stop by Cadnua. We haven't been here in a while. Maybe we can do a quick bounty or something. That's a good one to pick. Guild Wars 2 was founded on the precept of, hey, we like the idea of an MMO, but we hate just about everything that MMOs do. So how can we make an MMO that doesn't suck? And they've made some missteps along the way, but I think that Guild Wars 2 is extremely important. You see that there are so many modern MMOs coming out right now that are kind of copying what Guild Wars 2 did for the first time and developing on it. It's a game that I would say is way more important than it is good, and it, at least at one time, was actually quite good too. Good night, Sir Anderson. Thanks for hanging out. See you next time. That's awesome. There's a mob out here. There she is. What's going on here? You've been terrorizing us. Go on. Toll's a toll, and a roll's a roll. What makes you think I sent these men? Those weren't my men. CP. Like, let's make them face justice. It's more interesting. Most generous of you. We get more prestige because we get more money, I see. Yeah. No, I really don't like subscribing to games. I feel compelled to log in all the time. I like Guild Wars 2's model where it's a one-time purchase, and then there's actually interesting like quality of life convenience items that are in the eShop. Not stuff that will. It's not like pay to win. None of it is necessary to play the game, but some of it's just super convenient. So every month I'll be like, you know what? I like this game. I've been playing it for 6 months. You know, I'll spend $10 on it. But it feels like it's an active purchase. If I'm going to spend out $10 on this experience that I just enjoyed for the previous month, and not, oh god, I already paid $10 ahead, I'd better play this game enough to make it worth my subscription. They're good people, can't blame them for reacting. News about Lord Gathman. Let's discuss at the Great Hall. This is it came from the expansion content, I think, but you don't need to have the expansion to play it. Yeah, well, the problem with the personal story is they kind of got in over their head, right? Because I think all the personal stories sort of merged at like level 30 or something. And then it stopped being about you. It started being about this character called Traherne. And I think it's because ArenaNet thought, hey, we can do this. We can give everyone their own individual story. But at the end of the day, that's way too much variance. You know, that's way too much content you have to create that most players won't experience. That's why it ends up merging. Ooh, Whispers of Yenwood. One-handed sword. Constitution, but less will. Interesting. I don't know, I've never noticed that before. Maybe it just now was added. Yeah, Traherne.
Hey.
Turn to court. Peaceful claim to Kednu is no longer possible. Right, this asshole. Why not let his army come to me? So about my army. Where am I getting my troops? Any hirelings? Okay, so we want to max out our hirelings before we do it. Hey Calvin, it's going alright. Moose friend, so like, me and my friend Haypax, we started playing the game like, you know, we're gonna be as goofy as possible. We're gonna try to pick a race and class combination that makes no sense, that's as silly as possible and completely defies what your expectation would be. So like, you know, like an obvious example would be to play a Sylvari Ranger, right? Because they're the Ranger people. So I went as a Sylvari Engineer, and he went as a Sylvari Necromancer. And then surprise, surprise, the two most important characters in the living story are a Sylvari Necromancer and a Sylvari Engineer. God damn it! So much for being unique and special snowflakes. What's the status of my regular troops? 2 green and 2 few. We need to recruit veteran troops. Holy shit, you're gonna spend a lot of money on that. Yeah, a bit of coin, no kidding. I've got the cash now, I just sold all that crap. Special allies. Knights of the Crucible. How much time do I have? Okay, so basically unlimited time, it looks like. Yeah. Special, just like everybody else. Cool, I'm looking forward to it, sir. What's Miitomo? I haven't heard of it. Yeah, right, Propagable. I did like that approach though, where Guild Wars 2 said, you know what? It's impossible to tell a story where there's like 10,000 other people doing it, so we're going to pretend like you're the only player character, and maybe if there's other characters coming with you on the adventure, that they're just like your friends, they're not also doing the story. I think that's probably the only way to approach it. Because if you try to write a cohesive story where like thousands of people are doing the quest, it doesn't work. I think World of Warcraft, Blizzard learned that with World of Warcraft when they started doing the phasing and instancing. They started to pretend like you were the only person doing stuff instead of one of thousands. Yeah, I haven't heard anything about Mitama. I don't know what it is. Let me do a manual save here just in case this goes badly. It is time. Let's march. Is it free? Uses your Mies? Crest a small hill overlooking Inwood Field. Lord Catherine's army has a flurry of activity, scurrying to and fro. Yeah, I really like that too, Boost Friend. In-app purchases, gotcha. Inspect your forces. Organized ranks, while once young and seasoned warriors. Alright, thunderous approval. See what Catherine is planning. Sound the horn. Let's finish this. Oh, cool. So this is a good chunk of it's going to take place in here. That's awesome. Is this custom art of my character? Maybe they did a version for each of the different race class combinations. Let's go with a nod. Gavin points his sword towards your position, giving an unheard order. His infantry shields raised, charges the field. This is awesome. I love this way of doing it. Coffin is sound of metal on metal is nearly deafening as the two forces collide. Fighting is fierce and the screams of the dying numerous. Led by veteran warriors rallied to your cause, the troops fight valiantly and appear to be holding their ground. Battle is a stalemate. A group of deer and battle mages emerges from behind the enemy lines and begin weaving their hands in unison with practiced precision. Waves of arcane fire erupt among your troops. The acrid smell of smoke and burning flesh is nearly overwhelming. I've tried to like actually do like giant battles in games like D&D before, and it's so hard to do right. Because a battle against like 3 kobolds already takes like an hour in many editions of the game. The thing I ended up doing, I have a house rule where minions don't even have hit points. Like if you interact with a minion at all, it dies. Even if you like move over a minion space, it dies to like simulate that your player character is so powerful that, you know, like an army of skeletons, if you just move through 6 skeletons, you just assume that all of them die because you're so badass. You're just cutting through them like in a movie. That's the only way I've thought to have a really big battle, is just make it so moving through most enemies kills them. Then you have the big, you know, boss enemies, that lieutenants or whatever, that have hit points and armor and the like. Yep, exactly. The other rule is if you look at it, it dies, pretty much. Study the battlefield. Defeat is likely. Yeah, battle mages seem bad. Then in the Crucible Knights. Block, shield, and drive forward in a wedge formation through the enemy lines. Formation allows them to penetrate the line quickly, but leads to heavy losses. Oh, that's a bummer. Take out the Berserkers. Oh, we needed to have more allies. Oh, maybe I should load my save. We'll try charging. Make out the form of Captain Emery leading the charge under dark armor. Lord Gathman strides to the carnage, his elite guard accompanying him. We both knew it must come to this. Come now, it's time to put you down like the dog you are. Salute with your weapon. Oh wow. I wonder if the actual battle here changes depending on what we just did. Apparently so. Holy crap. My computer's unhappy with the amount of stuff on the screen here. Let's see. Well, we probably should have like healed before coming into this battle. I guess that's why I made a save.
This ends here.
Wow, this is a really like aggressive battle design. Nice. The main character. This is a really cool mission, but I think I should come back to it when I'm a bit higher level and have more allies. Try to land a lay on hands over here.
I'm ready.
I did not buy the Forge Master's gloves. Why are they so exciting? Like, I remember reading the description and being like, unless if there's different Forge Master's gloves than I was looking at, the stated stats didn't seem super exciting.
Hold on.
No. Nice. I'm trying to decide if it's worth. Let's see, how far are we away from Boss Man? Because we have to deal with Captain Emery. Would be pretty rough. There's a bunch of archers. Lord Gathman's almost. Maybe the battle's over when Gathman dies. We'll see. That does not appear to be the case. They keep fighting even after Gathman goes down. Oh, that's pretty cool. For some reason I didn't get that from reading the item description on them. Is it per rest or something? I'm trying to figure out why I didn't want to use it. If it was per rest, that might explain it.
That's not very helpful.
Hey.
I think that's why I skipped it then. Pretty much just my main character. I guess that the AI decided to focus down, which makes sense. Really doesn't like me. Yeah. Nah, I hear you. My main character may have lived if I had like rested before the battle. That's pretty good damage, man. I keep doing that. Captain Emery seems like the most dangerous opponent in this battle. Bam bam. Alright. Probably kill the priests.
Fight, Palutena!
Let's go ahead and micro the knockdown here.
Varathus!
Not looking so great there, Ader. Can we get another big heal on Ader? Oh, our paladin's down. This might not end well. Let's see if I can do some last minute AoE blasts, maybe.
Love.
I don't know. I've had that happen in games before. Lure of Fate.
The Varu beyond seek.
We still have another knockdown remaining. What do you want to hit? Let's take out the priest still. Battle mages. We might be okay. Once Ader goes down, we're in trouble though. Can I do another heal on him?
Dead on.
You're not getting through me.
It's all archers now. I think we got this. Totes got this.
Yes? Lava will be on seek.
Oh, he's as much as he can be healed. All right. Woo! Chanting. We loot the bodies before they kick us out of here. Chancellor Warren approaches. He gags. Alright, all we had to do was fight. Sounds reasonable. Extraordinary negative. That was a really cool quest. I like how they had some of it you could set up in the little conversation section at the beginning to influence the actual battle at the end. That would have been a lot smoother if I had rested beforehand. Wow, that's a lot of loot. That's a lot of loot. Holy shit.
Indeed.
I have to look at that stuff next time we play Pillars of Eternity. We're coming up on time here. Well, that's cool that you can see what's left to loot on the map. It's everybody, right? Okay, cool.
You must
Yeah, I mentioned that earlier, that this whole quest line is unique to the expansion, but you don't actually have to have the expansion to play it. Yeah, I'll look through the loot next time. Cool beans. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Had a lot of fun. Pillars of Eternity is a really cool game, and I think we're coming pretty close to beating it. I don't think it'll be next session, but maybe the session after next that we'll wrap it up. That will likely mean that whatever game is winning on the voting spreadsheet in greater than 30 hours category, I think we'll be done. Right now, Skies of Arcadia is winning the vote. You can go to vote.marsa.com to see the list. After that, it's Dragon Quest Monsters, Joker 2, Legend of June, and Xenoblade Chronicles X. Are the other ones that are competing. There's a lot of people hoarding sphere points right now, so even though Skies of Arcadia is a pretty sizable lead, I feel like it could go any direction if people pool their points together and vote. So update, next week we're going to be playing more Pillars of Eternity, Shenmue, some more Mario Maker on Wednesday, along with some Bravely Default. I will send out an update with Subblock, but I can tell you right now that the new subscribers and anyone that has not had their Subblock game played for a long time are likely to be chosen for Monday. Looking like I think it's going to be Kevin. I don't have him in front of me, but the people whose date shows January 11th as their last play date are the people that are likely to get selected for Monday. So double check that. Let's see. Anything else to discuss? No, I think that's everything. Let me find someone to throw a host to. Thanks again to Galactic Kodiak and Overboard Gaming along with Moose Friend and Sir Anderson for the hosts. Make sure you check out their stream. Cool. Let's throw a host. Let's do Overboard since he hosted us today. Love you guys. Well, guys, have an excellent weekend. We'll see you again on Monday. Night, everybody.